Hey, welcome to Shattermare Live.
Hello. Hello. Welcome.
How's it going, William?
It's going very well.
Good.
Very well.
Oh man, we have so much to talk about tonight, and I don't know why our logo is like wigging out in the background. It was to me, but
It's not to me.
oh,
It looks
perfect.
fine. It looks fine.
Good.
Maybe it's your computer. It might be too much
My-
RAM or
Probably. My computers are always like 2 minutes away from blowing up. So,
all right.
it is what it is. But yeah, man, we kind of took a week off. And so we're back again, fresh, and there's so much stuff to talk about. So we've got, man, this may be the longest stream we'll have because we have some fun stuff to talk about tonight.
Okay, let's dive in. Let's bring in the guests.
Yeah. So speaking of which, we've got two guests tonight for the panel. I'll bring them in for you. We've got Alvin, who is the writer of a book that we're working on, another title outside of Mercenary Guild called Victor. And then we've got Adam, who's the artist for that book as well. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I love that.
Yeah. So how are you guys doing?
Well, it's hot.
I'm very well.
It's very hot in Florida right now, yeah.
It's 84, 83 here, so not too bad.
Okay. So pretty similar. It's just more humid here, probably, if I had to guess. How's it in South Africa, Adam? Is it
It's dark. It's nighttime. It's cool. We're approaching winter.
nice?
Oh, that's true.
Winter's coming.
Winter's coming. I like that. So yeah, so we're hanging out this week, talking about some comic book news, talking about the book that we're working on, Victor. I just put up the teaser trailer on our channel, so I'll show that off in a little bit. But just wanted to talk to you guys since we have you, get a little bit of background on you guys and talk about how we end up coming together to work on the book. So I guess whoever wants to go into it first, either Adam, give us a little bit of background about. You want to give us a bit of background about you as an artist?
Yeah. I've been drawing pretty much since I could hold a pencil. Like many young aspiring artists, I applied for Marvel Comics back when they were allowing subscription or submissions back in the day. I never really getting anywhere with it because I was too lazy as a teenager to actually draw perspective and everything else. But then as time moves on, you go through a bunch of different careers and jobs until you actually pull your finger out and actually get into doing it properly, where I end up just drawing and painting full time and being able to quit proper jobs to do your sort of dream. So it's like I went the long way around, but in doing that, I think my one philosophy was draw and paint everything that comes, and it just pushed me out of those sort of comfort zones that you sort of get yourself into, and then inadvertently got into an advert with yourselves looking for a penciler and inker on Victor.
That's right.
And here we are.
And the rest is history.
Yeah.
It's all downhill from here.
Hopefully not.
So did you start, I guess, let's back up a little bit. So did you start, when you drew, did you knew you wanted to do comic books, or did you just draw to draw? Like, at what point what age did you start submitting stuff to Marvel?
Oh, probably from about 16.
Okay.
But not to the sort of extent that I probably should have been submitting stuff. Because I think, like a lot of youngsters, you sort of have that arrogance about you where you think you're better than what you actually are. I mean, I've still got some of the stuff that I drew back then, and I look at it and it's embarrassing because I can see now exactly what the submissions editors were saying, and they were very helpful and constructive with their guidelines and everything else. But I think over time you become more accepting of constructive criticism, and that people are actually trying to help you and not want you to fail. But I think the arrogance that you've got, where you sort of compare yourself to fill-in artists that might be on a monthly book, where you look at their artwork and you look at your own, and then you think, yeah, I'm better than this guy. But you forget the key thing there, that guy is getting paid to do those fill-in books. You're not. So you've still not even got your foot near the door, not even partway through it. You're on the other side of the door with an ego.
Through a window.
Yeah. And sometimes that guy is under a deadline, so you might not get their best work. You might not be seeing, their best efforts.
Yeah, or they're hired. Right. Yeah, and then the true art comes out in like a cover or something where they've got 2 weeks to work on it.
I mean, we see that with John Romita Jr. When he really has time and he goes for it, he's outstanding. And then there's some Spider-Man work that he's done. I mean, he does covers pretty well, but when he was doing interiors recently, it was like, really? This is John Romita Jr., huh? Okay.
Yeah, no, I get that. I've seen some of his, obviously growing up with his earliest stuff in Spider-Man and stuff, and then you sort of compare some of the newest stuff. I think styles change over time, but it's like, I look at his work now and again and think it's missing something that he used to have.
Yeah.
I used to have those sort of quirks that is similar to his father, where you thought, wow, this guy's good. And you look at the sort of Daredevil, Frank Miller stuff that he did. You can't sort of compare it with some of the newer stuff. I know I was disappointed with World War Hulk. All his characters seem quite blocky compared to how he used to be.
Yeah, it seems like in maybe this is just people I talk to or anecdotal, but it seems like in comics, you've got people that are talented, they work hard, they get in the industry, and then like over time, where in a lot of creative fields, people mature. I'm thinking mostly music. People like mature into their art and stuff. But in comics, like that's their most energetic period. They have like a more raw style, whatever makes them, good. And then over time, they kind of lose that.
Yeah, I mean, comics used to be the major leagues. I mean, that was the end game.
Maybe they just phone it in. I don't know.
Yeah, now it seems like it's a stepping stone to other things, and you just don't have that drive or passion because comics was all nerds. It was people who knew the characters and knew everything, and now I think it's gotten so far away from that.
Yeah. Well, now
part of the thing on that is I'm just to say I've been collecting comics off and on since they were 12 cents. So you can do the math and figure out how old I am.
Yeah.
But part of the thing is it got so popular there in the 80s and 90s, and everybody was trying to collect, thinking they were going to make $1 million off it, and there became so many titles, and there's just such a glut of so many different titles, so many things going on that I think there's a lot of people out there that are just phoning it in, trying to make a buck.
Yeah. So since we're talking about it, Alvin, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background and what got you into writing and comics?
Well, like I said, I've been collecting comics since a long time. After that, I started getting into science fiction, and then hit on Dungeons and Dragons. And then when I started doing Dungeons and Dragons, I started immediately writing my own campaigns, doing my own storylines and stuff. I did that for years, actually ran games at conventions. And my wife was going to college to be an English teacher and a creative writing teacher. And she dragged me off to a convention that had a writers' conference with Barry B. Longear, the author of Enemy Mine. And I said, I don't want to go. I don't want to do that. But okay, for you, I'll go. And it hooked me. It's like, oh my God, I got to write. I got to write everything now. So I actually stopped doing Dungeons and Dragons campaigns. Actually took some of my campaigns, rewrote them into stories. and then come up with the idea for Victor many years ago as a comic. But the artist I was working with up in Michigan just left and decided not to do it. So I just sort of sat on it for a while. And here, a couple years ago, I decided I'm going to finish this story as a story, not as a comic. Met you at the Necronomicon convention there, Brian. You said, "Hey, sounds interesting. Can you do it as a graphic novel?" So we rewrote it back as a graphic novel, and that's how I got here.
Nice.
Kind of weirdly circular.
Yeah, it's weird how many people come from D&D.
Yeah.
Like we're not even bashful about it with Hardly Heroes. We tell people, I mean, that's the main selling point. Hey, this is based off our Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Yep. Check it out, So it's interesting.
Yeah, I actually wrote a full novel off of one of my campaigns. Unfortunately, it's back when I first started writing. It's so terrible, it's not worth anybody looking at.
Well, just don't plug that one then.
I keep saying I'm going to rewrite it with my knowledge of now, but I got so many other things going on I never get to.
Yeah.
Well, that's how I approached Mercenary Guild. It was prose. It was just, and then I kind of shopped it to Brian, and he goes, "This would make good comic," and okay. And we're on page 15 of 76, so you might not see it for a while. Who knows?
Yeah.
But it went through edits, and we had a editor because definitely needed that, and I think it's pretty good script, and the art is Luke is really banging it out as far as the quality. So
yeah, it's good.
Complain about that.
Adam's giving him a run for his money as far as efficiency, as far as quickness. But,
and again, I think with you guys having that, I think Luke's trying to do a lot of prints for that convention that's coming up, and and then he had an art auction, so that kind of stalled things a little bit. So hopefully after this convention, we can really get back on the beam. And
yeah, Alvin, are you thinking about going to Charlotte for Heroes Con?
No, I wasn't. I got so many other things going on. I'm still hoping to make Necronomicon because that's one of the one big ones I've gone to almost every year.
Oh yeah, that one's what, in July or August?
And where's that at?
September, I think.
September, okay.
And where's
that one's
at?
In Tampa, Florida.
Okay.
And I know the writer guest in honor this year is going to be Owl Going Back. I don't know if you know him or not. But he hasn't been in many years. He usually goes just to the Spooky Con and Horror Cons because that's he writes.
Who is it?
Owl Going Back.
Okay.
He's a Native American writer. He won his first Bram Stoker Award back in the 60s, I think, 70s maybe. He's really good. I've met him a few times. He's one of my Facebook friends. And
yeah, it's a big.
I haven't seen him in many years because he usually doesn't go to Necronomicon. He usually goes to Spooky Con or some other horror con along that same weekend.
Yeah, Necronomicon is one of the big horror writer, like specifically writing sci-fi horror shows in Florida. Then I guess you have like Spookala, Ocala, Florida, and then Spooky Empire in Orlando.
Spooky Empire, yeah, that's the other one.
So
and they got like Horror Hound in Cincinnati.
Nice.
Well, Necro started out as almost all horror, but it's really full sci-fi, fantasy, horror. All three are very well
most cons
every year.
become like that. They become like that, and then they eventually become anime and manga.
What's interesting is
the final boss of conventions.
Yeah,
they all go full anime.
One of the things that was brought up by, I guess it was Owl last time I saw him at a convention, was that the idea that virtually all science fiction fantasy uses the same elements as horror to be popular, and most sci-fi and most fantasy strictly could be considered horror because of the way it's presented. It's just the way it's presented is different. The actual plot lines are very much horror-like.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like I'm a big fan of monsters, so horror became like that was my number one thing, and that's why I like reading your script. With Frankenstein, the Frankenstein monster was my favorite universal creature. I had a doll of him as a kid, and so I was just always into that. You know, Young Frankenstein and the original films and all that stuff. I watched them all, and you know, but monsters were always my inroad to horror, and I think I like monster movies. That's my, instead of slashers. I mean, I grew up during the slasher era in the 80s, and that was fine, but I really liked the monsters, werewolves, vampires, zombies, things like that. And yeah, and so like with my, you know, with fantasy, you can definitely incorporate that, because even with D&D and stuff like that, you have those monsters at your disposal. So you could make a gothic horror like they did with Ravenloft in Dungeons and Dragons, and make a gothic horror campaign. And you know, it's still fantasy, but it's also horror, and they just lend themselves. You can do the same thing with sci-fi, with like Alien and stuff like that. Just
definitely. Alien is just a science version of a horror film.
You know, that was like when I looked at Starfield, and that was one of my biggest complaints of the game. It's like they could go all out with all kinds of different enemies, and
they could do all kinds of stuff
that
with
are
that
just
game.
iconic, and it's space pirates. It's like, what? There's no creativity here. Like, where's, you know?
Yeah.
You know, with sci-fi, you can just do whatever you want. Make some tentacle monster, or a spider monster, or some whatever. I mean, whatever your mind can think of, and there you go.
Well, I mean, even Star Wars, Darth Vader's a monster. You don't get to see what he looks like. It's almost like the Hitchcock monsters, where he doesn't show you the horror. But you know it's there.
That's true. He's
But
like
then we
almost a Terminator.
You know, like what hooked me on Star Wars was the cantina scene, when you see like Hammerhead guy and Greedo, and it's like all these different species, you know, in this bar, and it just amazed me. That's why I always like Star Wars over Star Trek, because Star Trek really didn't have like a googly-eyed guy, or a three-armed guy, or a whatever.
At least not until the more modern versions, when they got some money for special effects.
Yeah, there's a lot of fantastical elements in that, which makes it great. And you want to actually explore the world that they create there. I think the first year I went to Necronomicon, or a couple of years back, the guy who wrote the Thrawn series, he was there.
Timothy Zahn.
Timothy Zahn?
Timothy Zahn, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Zahn comes every year. I think his son lives in Orlando.
That makes sense. He was at a show up in Jacksonville, too, I think.
Yeah.
They all kind of blend together after a while.
Yeah, it's like, that's one of my complaints with Star Wars, is the way it's going now, is that since Disney got them, they're basically throwing away most of the Thrawn stuff, except the character Thrawn. They've got him in the new stuff, but it's not like the books. It's not like it was written originally at all.
No, they just extracted the character and put it in their own stuff. They're doing the same thing right now with Rings of Power. They're bringing back Tom Bombadil, but they've even admitted to changing him.
Yeah, what's the point? Like, people aren't stupid. You know, they know that, okay, just because you call the person this name, like, they're just wearing the skin of that character, but they're not that character at all.
Yeah.
Like, they don't embody any of the traits of these characters.
Yeah.
So,
although having said that, I think with Thrawn, it sort of worked where they put him in the context of the Rebels animated series, because then you're sort of looking at him post Empire, where he's in the Thrawn novels, going back to Heir of the Empire and all that, where you can sort of imagine him being this strategist during the whole dark time kind of period. But it's then how they deal with it with Ahsoka and all the stuff that's now coming out afterwards, where, I don't know, sometimes it's like you've got too many writers coming up with different ideas, and then just trying to stitch them all together, rather than having one cohesive plan at the beginning where, well, you see in latest sequel trilogies that they did, where it's like, here you go, right, I finished my story, pass the baton, and there's no plan, there's no end or beginning or middle where it's being cohesive. And
Yeah.
I think that's sort of Star
No,
Wars.
I haven't
Fans are
I haven't read the
stupid.
new.
Like, we haven't read these books. We've read the books, and whatever you do, if you just extract the character and then make your own characters around it to try to replicate it, it's gonna fall short, because these books were iconic when they came out.
Yeah.
And
So I haven't read the new Thrawn trilogy that Zahn wrote, but of course, Heir to the Empire trilogy, and then the Spectre of the Past duology. And then after that, since then, he's had a duology called Survivor's Quest and Outbound Journey. And that's Outbound Journey was the very first, timeline-wise, mention of Thrawn. That's when the Empire first met Thrawn. It's excellent.
Okay, I haven't read that.
Nice. Next time I see him in one of the conventions, gotta pick up the series. I haven't read that at all.
Actually,
so I'm totally.
The only Star Wars books I've ever read are the ones written by Timothy Zahn, and I think I have all of them. I just got about 4 of them I haven't read yet. I think he has 13 or 14 now.
I've only read those 3, and I enjoyed them. And the sequel trilogy did not measure up to any of that. So, as far as
what was interesting is right after he wrote the first trilogy, I met him at a con in Detroit. Actually, it was Ann Arbor, I guess, Michigan. And I told him how well I liked the writing, because he always used an action tag when somebody was talking. So you always knew who was talking before they said it. You knew if it was Leia or Han or who it was. So because you just watched the movies, you had these voices in your head, so you could hear them talk as you read the book. And he looked at me and said, "I did that? I didn't even realize I did that." I'm like, wow. I thought, yeah, I can see that after all these years of writing. Sometimes you do stuff and you just don't know you've done it until somebody else notices.
Yeah.
Just picked it up along the way.
Yeah. I kind of have my own style. It's pretty straightforward, and some people will pick up on something, and it's like, I didn't intend for that to happen, but okay.
Yeah.
All right. Glad you enjoyed it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the unintentional things. I mean, and luckily comics, it's easy because there's balloons and blocks going to people with little connectors, so it's a little easier to follow.
Us this was a thing, because I go on a stream with a bunch
tell
of
Alvin
artists.
about that story.
Yeah, so I go on a bunch of stream every Tuesday with a bunch of artists, and one of them was saying that comic writers are just word balloon. They just fill in the word balloons, and I'm like, so I come on, I'm like, okay, I'm the word balloon filler-inner of Mercenary Guild. Luke's the real creator, and it's all his idea. And it kind of became a thing. But apparently, we writers, as far as comics, are the redheaded stepchildren of the comic world. I guess it's all the artists that get all the girls.
Well, it depends on the style of the comic company too. We went last summer to the Art of Comics exhibition. It was at University of Tampa. It was fantastic. They had art all the way back from the very beginning, early 30s stuff. They actually had some reproductions of the original first action Superman comic. That the reproductions themselves were still worth money, but they let you put hands on them and pick them up and look at them. They were reproductions done exactly like they were done originally, same printing techniques and everything. So it was very interesting. But they also showed where the difference between Marvel, DC, New Image, a bunch of different comic companies, how they're different. Their writers scripted versus each other, and some were very intense, very similar to what we're doing with Victor, where there was a lot of storyline, and then the artist took the storyline and visualized it, used his imagination to make it even better. And then there were stuff like some of the Marvel stuff where it was just the writer would go, Captain America is going to be jumping off something here. He's going to do something here. In the end, he's going to do this. And it really didn't have much writing in it. The artist filled in everything along the way. So it was really bizarre how different it was from comic book company to comic book company.
But that with the whole Marvel thing, that's one of the big contentions that's gone around for a while, where it's like the whole how creative was Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko, and other artists that were in, how much input to story did they have? Because Stanley would just like, right, this is what I need. I need Thor to fight this person. This is like, a bit of what you're going to see. Go with it, and then he can jump onto the next artist and tell him what he's doing in Iron Man or whatever else. So I think, looking at Marvel's artists going back through the 60s especially, you've got quite a lot of stories where the artist probably had a bigger influence than the actual writer.
The writer,
and the writer was just filling in balloons, putting dialogue in, and then getting credit and getting cameos.
Yeah, it's not surprising they had a bunch of royalty issues a couple decades later when, the artists were creating the characters. Or at least they had just as much influence in creating the characters when you just say, you give them like a couple of lines of script. You're like, hey, I just want this guy fighting this guy, and he's like he's in like a vulture costume, or I'm just pulling something out of my ass.
Yeah.
And the artist is like, okay, because I'll just design this whole character. That Spider-Man is fighting this week or whatever. So we talked to artist. His name's Tracy. He was one of the. Oh yeah, hello, Kyle.
Kyle.
Hello.
Oh my God.
Hey.
Your volume is crazy. All right, say something.
Hey.
Say something again.
Hey.
Okay, that's better.
Okay.
Cool.
You almost killed us. Yeah, like oops, sorry, that was my fault. Where was I? What was I saying? Oh, Tracy. So he's one of the original artists for TSR for D&D back in the day, and I guess Gary Gygax just gave him like a handful of instructions to make mind flayers, and so he just took it and ran with it, and he came up with pretty much everything, like from the idea of the tentacles. That too. Yeah. So it's crazy how back in the day, it was the writers were more like what you would consider editors now, where they just kind of gave like an overview of the story.
And he gets no money from it. It's like,
yeah, that's crazy, and he doesn't have royalties.
Like
it's all work for hire.
What Baldur's Gate 3, which was all set.
He'd have been able to retire like 3 times over if he had royalty from. If I was I just maybe I would look into hiring a lawyer and seeing, what I could do about that. Especially now that it's Wizard of the Coast D&D,
Dude, artists have been getting screwed since before we were born.
The magic of hiring a high schooler.
Yeah,
Disney's been screwing artists over for decades, and the comic book industry and what have you. It's unbelievable.
So
the only person who really makes out is Ethan Van Sciver must have done his business right, because he'll get checks.
Well, DCU was giving their artists royalties. They had royalty contracts. So if you create it, that's why I was saying Marvel specifically, because DC, I think like Alvin was saying, like the scripts were way different, where it was much more detailed, and the artist was more or less, drawing what the writer was putting down into the panels, and everything, so that there was clear lines of delineation of like, okay, well, did you create this character? Did you help create this character? Or are you just drawing what the writer describes?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. But nowadays it's nice. It's pretty. People have figured it out for a while now. You either bring someone on, or you do a page rate, and you just leave it at that. They're either a contractor or they're not. So,
well, I think there was a royalty in the comics industry. If you sell over 40,000, then you get into royalties. And so if you sell over 40,000, it might be a nickel or whatever, but then 50,000 is more, 60,000 more, back in the day.
Like tiered sales, which
back in the day, X-Men or Amazing Spider-Man could sell 300 to 500,000 copies a month.
Right. Then yeah, you're getting pretty good royalties.
Hell yeah.
So yeah. So it's definitely changed. Landscape has changed. Some ways it hasn't really changed that much at all, though. You know. But yeah, I'd say nowadays it's much nicer to be independent. I mean, we're biased. I don't know if any of us here have worked for Marvel or DC before, but I'd say, I mean, Adam's the full artist here. Would you say you get to work? You have much more freedom, and you can kind of make what you work on your own, as opposed to
yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously working on Victor and
being on crazy deadlines.
It's yeah. I think the creativity, you get more chance to be creative, but at the same time, I think that there's I'm probably just speaking for myself personally, but I mean, I've got respect for what a writer and what an editor does. So it's like if I'm drawing something, and I think it's temperance over time from being young and like full of ego and everything else. You've always got to have an ego if you're doing anything creative, regardless of what role it is within the industry.
Yeah, but I think like most, sorry.
Being sort of open to a writer's input. So if like you're not actually putting down what a writer's got on a panel, you know, well, you're not doing your job as an artist. Or if an editor comes in and you've got a different set of eyes saying, this panel, can we flip it? Because I think it's going to look better. I think if you're not open to that, you're going to do your art a disservice. And having these extra eyes, sort of looking on and saying, well, you need to, maybe try this. I think in independent sort of side, you can get away with it. Whereas you look at sort of your mainstream books. I mean, Todd McFarlane was on a video cast a couple of days ago, and he was advertising his Spider-Man figures and his new Spider-Man statues that he's going with Marvel. And one of the things he said was, he didn't give a crap about anatomy when he was drawing it. That's why Spider-Man's got 3 arses. And you're just like, you fuck! Yeah, all these people like looked up to you, and now you're making this thing in 3D. Now you're worried about it. And to me, it's like, well, if it's not going to work, so I mean, obviously there's 2 books I'm working on for you guys, and they're completely different sort of stylistically. But you've got to sort of have that thing that if people jump around and move, me as an artist, looking at other people's artists where you've got bad anatomy, I want to do those characters service to the writers and everyone else that's going out wanting to actually buy the book. I don't want to be a joke or make light of a writer's hard work, where it could be something serious and quite deep and meaningful, and then suddenly you've drawn something that's going to make it a joke, where it becomes a comedy because of the artwork. So I think the independent thing, you look at things, going back to when I was starting first collecting comics as a teenager, you got things like Kitchen Sink Press and Crow, Love and Rockets, Tank Girl, and things like that. Now you have such a wide range of genres where people are telling really good stories, and it's not just about the whole money-making machine and cashing in because you're owned by a corporation. I think there's more passion behind everyone that's involved.
Isn't it ironic that Todd McFarlane got away with more bullshit like that, working for a bigger company? I mean, even as small as Marvel, as Marvel was smaller back in the day, but still, they were still one of the biggest publishers in American comics.
That's pride of getting away with it.
This is something I've noticed. So I've backed so many indie comics, most of them by artists, and I come to find that a lot of the writing isn't quite up to par. I mean, the art is really good, but the character development or what have you, plot development isn't there. So I mean, this whole thing, like, writers are this is like, well, yeah, but we do come up with the ideas, we do come up with character development. That was my approach with Mercenary Guild, was develop at least one character in Malchus that you could really cling to. The other ones, there was development there as well. Then develop a very straightforward plot, a very straightforward villain, and get that going, and then the art will complement it. But I've seen a lot where I'm reading it going, okay, this is great art, but what the hell is going on? I'm not invested in this character, what have you. So, this whole idea that writers are word balloon filler inners is kind of okay. I mean, you can tell a story with no words. You can.
Yeah, but that takes an impressive amount of skill.
I mean,
we
Spy,
joke about
Spy
it.
versus Spy used to do that.
Sure.
But
yeah.
You really need the story, the background, the conversations in a balance.
Yeah, that's the skeleton of a story, of a comic book.
Yeah.
So and then the artist comes in and fills it in, with all the other systems, makes it look sexy. So, I mean, really, the letter is the guy just filling in the balloons, right?
Right.
So, we'll roast that guy. Eric Weathers, wherever he is right now.
Next week we can have a letterer on.
Yeah, we gotta figure out what we're gonna do for lettering for Victor.
The unsung heroes.
Yeah, I could have. Oh yeah, Actually, I just realized we have multiple Erics lettering for us, so that's very confusing.
Talking back about the idea of you can do a story without writing, without words, and obviously books you can do a story without pictures. But obviously, I wouldn't be involved in this if I didn't think the combination of the two is really something special. And just from that point of view, I know when I wrote Victor, rewrote it or started rewriting it as a story. Trying to do all the descriptions so that everything was, you could picture it in your mind. And not being an artist, I can picture stuff kind of, but I can't really, not obviously not like Adam. So, but I did write Victor. I kept my descriptions a little more basic. I didn't go into full detail like I would have in the story. And then Adam just runs with it. And more than half the time, this picture he comes up with is better than what my original description was. So I'm so pleased with what he's been doing.
Yeah, I'm going through the same thing with Luke. I did a lot of detail. I did a prose. I did a novelized version, and still have it on file. And obviously went through changes, but put it in somewhat of a comic script, very rough. But Luke is he gets what I want to do, and he's knocking it out of the park. And of course, we have meetings, so if he okay, we can fix it there and then instead of waiting, until the book is ready to print, and then fix page 13 because
Yeah, and my job's easy at that point. When you find a good writer-artist team,
communication.
Yeah, so it's great that you guys as teams work so well together, because all I have to do is rein you guys in when I look at something and I'm like, oh, that mug is not proportional to the rest of the other mugs, or you drew 3 asses on that guy or whatever.
Some guys need 3 asses.
Some guys, as long as it's in
your mugs.
As long as it's in
the mugs in my comic are huge, man. They don't want to keep going to the fridge.
That's why I said don't change it. It was great. I thought about it and I'm like, no, that's good canon right there. That's Bane just drinks an extra large mug.
Communication between the writer and the artist is so important. I've worked with a couple artists now at this point, and I feel like you can accomplish so much more when you have a good back and forth dialogue. There are times where the artist can take what you put, like Alvin was saying, and can kind of add an element to it that you weren't even really expecting, and you're like, well, that's not necessarily what I put down, but it's actually better than what I put down. And then there's other instances where, you know, you're trying to get a point across, and it just keeps, no matter how many times you try and like describe it, it just doesn't really get, you know, if the communication isn't right, it doesn't get, you know, across what you're trying to do. So, you know, having an open dialogue and everything is so important.
And I think what's really helpful, especially Adam does a real good job of it, but it's really helpful and makes the comic and the graphic novel so good is that as a writer, you write the action, you write what's going on, you write the character interplay, you write what's happening right there, the important parts. But when Adam or the other artists do it into a graphic novel, they fill the whole world in behind it, stuff that you weren't thinking about and you weren't writing. So it just makes a whole world available to the reader that may not have been there, that the reader themselves would have had to fill in if the artist hadn't been there. And some readers can do that and prefer that. Some can't. I mean, that's...
Yeah. So you guys ready to take a look at this trailer?
Yeah.
We've been talking about it for a while, so... all right.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, like I think the writer puts in a lot of effort with maybe some of the logic and the brick by brick, and then a lot of times the artists can really help contribute to like the vibes that the art gives off, and help like kind of guide it and how the reader kind of interprets everything. Or for Adam, you do the bricks too.
So that's one of the main things I wanted to focus on is that dialogue. Like, do people really talk like this? In today's comics, a lot of people really don't talk the way that they're presenting.
Well, truthfully, with dialogue, you can't write it like people talk, because people don't talk very well at all in reality. If you actually wrote down how people really talked, most of the time you'd end up with like, that's not believable. Even though it's true. You've got to make it believable, not necessarily real.
Yeah, especially people these days. Oh my God, it'd be abysmal.
Well, even people that are fairly well spoken and intelligent often use a lot of stops and gaps in their speaking. The stuff like that.
A lot of likes.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, you guys ready to watch this? Check this shit out. I was able to get this one down to about a minute and a half, so I'm getting better in my editing.
Can you make it full screen?
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
All right, hold on. Let me start over. Thanks, William.
It's a sweet logo.
So yeah, that's the trailer. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. I really enjoy putting those.
I showed the wife. She thought it was really good. So you got approval of the English teacher.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not an artist. I can't draw or shit. I can maybe write. I don't know, but I love doing those trailers and stuff like that. Like the
I really
marketing.
think that
Because
obviously somebody that, because there's no dialogue in it, there's no text in it, and it's not necessarily everything going on. So the person that's not familiar with what we're doing isn't going to know. But I think it's still really intriguing, and I think that scene, the last two pictures with the ship, really makes people like, what the hell's going on? I love.
yeah, tried to tell my own story without the voiceover, the dialogue. So
I showed it to a friend earlier because I love that trailer. I think it's really cool. So I showed him it, and first thing he said after he saw it, he was like, "Is that set on a French colony?" And it reminds me of Papillion. And I was just like, yes,
nice.
Because
yeah,
because you want things to be recognizable as taking place at certain points. So it's like to get that just from a few sort of panels that come up on trail. I'm thinking brilliant. So yeah, it's a nice trailer that people can recognize things. Is great. It means I've drawn stuff accurate.
Your 2 weeks of ship detail really pays off because, oh man, some of those I had to zoom in pretty close, but the detail, it does not lose any detail. That's great. So yeah, you did a great job.
That little wanted poster seemed a little familiar, but I don't know where I'm getting that from. I don't know.
Yeah, we maybe came up with something like that before.
That's great.
That's what you call inspiration. Got one thing influencing the other.
Yeah. That could be a thing, with Shattermare.
Evolution.
It's like have wanted posters. You could have one for Hurley Heroes with the dwarf.
We did do that actually. That's where the idea I originally had for the Mercenary Guild, like Uncle Sam, came from wanted poster or sketch covers, like wanted sketch covers that we were doing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the evolution of the email newsletter. So there you go. It's Inception. It's wanted poster Inception. But yeah,
seriously, we could have a thing. Somebody could have wanted posters of all of our characters all over their bedroom.
Yeah, they could collect the whole. Yeah, it'd be like a whole series.
Gotta catch them all.
Wow, I just, I've got a really strange idea here. I actually have a short story. It's a comedy short story. It made me think of it when Adam said you want to be careful about doing artwork to not make a serious piece seem comical. And I'm thinking, I've got a comic story. Art would make it better. And I just seeing a wanted poster to go along with that now that you're talking about wanted posters where it's aliens saying, we want you.
You got it written down though, right?
Oh, I've got it. It's a story I've actually submitted a few times. It hasn't been accepted yet, but I may have to try to convert that into comics format and let you guys look at it.
What if you had a comedy story and the art made it look serious?
And I'm going back and forth on that, thinking about that. This comedy story, if the art was serious, would that make it funnier or would it ruin it? So it can go either way. That's why I think I need to write it out in script form and let you guys and Adam take a look at it, see what everybody thinks.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah. I also want to give a big shout out to Zachary J Music is the guy I got the music from. He's awesome. He does. He's letting us use a couple of his songs actually. That's where I got the music from, and he was happy too.
It sounded a bit like, what was it, Phantasm?
So long as I see that, I would have known.
It is. I can show you exactly what it is. It's hold on. It's a cover of Isaac Albéniz Asturias. That's the original song. So this is a metal cover. I mean, part of it because his whole cover is like 4 minutes. So I cut part of it up and then edit it so there's like a break. We're about to break, and then it breaks to the end of or a build up, and then breaks to the end of the song. Because I like that little dun 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 part. but yeah, no, he's great. He wants to do possibly an original piece for us. And I was like, well, I'm always open to submissions for soundtrack. So at this point, we've got probably 2 or 3 people working on Hardly Hero stuff. So we could have him do a Mercenary Guild soundtrack at some point. Have him do some music for it. So, but that's a cool guy. So anyone who listens to this at home, yeah, go give him a like and a follow and check his stuff out. It's cool.
Yeah, we need a.
I just got to get the chord progression down, but it's on the drive. I wrote a song, at least the lyrics.
Oh, hell yeah!
And I have a chord progression that I haven't worked out yet. It makes sense on paper, but I haven't actually played it. So
like it makes sense.
Yeah, 1 4 5,
Oh, okay.
Whatever minor third here, and
Yeah, like the theory makes sense.
Yeah, but I haven't actually. Can't remember the cadence, but I'll get it.
What key is it? Do you remember?
I think it's G or G sharp.
G. All right. I'll look at it later, or I'll listen to G sharp later. It's not a very common key. Anyways, this isn't a fucking music theory
for
podcast.
heart. It is, but I could also put it in E.
Oh, sure.
And drop it in E, and then that's more of a guitar player friendly.
Yeah, or A flat.
Yeah.
So
I mean, everything's somewhat intertwined. Comic books, entertainment. We talk about movies, music. It's all.
People don't want to hear about music theory, though.
Well,
Kyle.
yeah.
I know.
I like that comic. I don't remember where it was. I saw a comic. There's a bunch of people sitting there in the music class, and the teacher's like, "Come on, people, this is not rocket science." And then they show another scene, and they're at NASA, and the guy standing up there like, "Come on, people, this isn't music theory."
Yeah, it's all math. We're all math nerds.
Yeah, I mean, you can go really deep in the weeds. I just try to keep things simple, blues based type of thing.
Ding dong.
12 bar.
Yeah,
blues is sweet. That's my favorite.
Yeah. Well, I say I've been trying to learn to play guitar for many years. I'm still terrible at it. So. But I find that creative people tend to do a lot of different creative things, and you just find what you're best at and do that the most. You got to try everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I play guitar.
I play.
And occasionally I'll start playing open tunings and things like that. I played since I was about 8 years old. But
see, I have 3 guitars. I won't say I play any of them.
I had 5 at one point, and I've actually got it down to 2 now, because I've got one set of hands, and I draw and paint more than what I get a chance to play guitar. So it's more of a break for me to get away from drawing to clear my head. So it's like if I've got a problem panel where it's like I'm trying to work out something that's going to look cool and make it work. Sometimes you just got to switch off.
I used to do the same thing.
Yeah,
like I just have a guitar in my office, and then if I was thinking about something I was working on, I would just pick up the guitar and like run through blues scales.
Yeah, now you've got to switch off from what you're doing. Otherwise, you can stare at that problem for a year. It's not going to resolve itself, but then you just get a flash of inspiration when you stop thinking about it.
Yeah,
it's like I saw an interview with Jim Butcher. You know who Jim Butcher is, the Dresden Files author. He says he doesn't plot out his stories. He just starts writing them, and then when he gets stuck, he goes plays video games till he figures it out.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can connect the dots later, okay?
I plotted out my story,
but
I didn't outline it. But again, my story came from years and years of AOL games that I played, which were based on D&D.
Yeah.
AOL had their own chat-based games that you could roll dice in and things like that. They had the Arena, they had Parthos, and then we wrote our own called Borderlands, which really this town was, but then we got copyright and all this other shit. So No, it was
Boo.
supposed to be Crossroads. Yeah, it was called Crossroads.
you,
We got
Disney.
dinged, and so we changed it to Borderlands, and then I just changed it to Saltport in the Mercenary Guild.
I like Saltport though. Anyways, better.
Yeah, and I have a friend who lives in Southport, North Carolina, and so I got the inspiration because it was Paradise, and then I sent the story to somebody, and she went, "Doesn't Wonder Woman live on Paradise Island?" And I went, "Holy fuck, how did I miss that? God damn!" Because the sign was going to be "Welcome to Paradise" with all these holes and shit in it, kind of ironic. And I'm like, "Oh yeah, God, yeah, she's from. I got to change it." So, okay, Saltport.
I think you went with the better option.
Yeah, but I blew it on that
yeah.
one. That would have been a big snit. That would have been beyond Eric July's, ice on shit.
Yeah, and then we go to copyright it.
You mean Paradise Island, where Wonder Woman's from? And then, oh my God, how did I blow it? So I thank her for that.
Yeah, well, she's a good friend then, because we would all been like, fucking dumbass. Actually, DC would have said that because they would have sued the shit out of us.
Ethan would have been making videos about me just busting my God.
Yeah,
Sucked, man.
I'd make videos about you if it makes you feel any better.
I know.
we do
How about
like
a town
wide-
named Gotham?
Sometimes you get blinders because I never collected Wonder Woman. So, but I watched the show as a kid in the 70s.
Yeah, but that's the
Get these
thing.
blinders on, and it's like, wow.
But as much as we rag on Eric July, like, I didn't know there was a fucking international school of ministry before that. So it's just you have to do a lot of due diligence. That's the business. That's what the good business acumen comes in. A lot of research. Well, you and I mean, you know that better than any of us do. You're a paralegal, so like, you're used to doing a research.
And the only things I found for Mercenary Guild are guilds in MMOs that set up websites.
Yeah. Oh, William, I have to tell you something that I don't think I told you, and this has been going on for like 3 months. It's great. So in our current campaign, we're in like, I don't know, we call it campaign 3, but it's like years of stuff.
It's gonna be a lot longer.
It's gonna be a long time. I mean, I wouldn't even really want to publish it. Kyle and I are going back and forth. We'll probably be like in our 60s. You guys will all be dead by then. So
I will for sure. I'm hanging on, guys. I'm hanging on.
You're
I got one tooth left.
Yeah. It's because you're turning into stone. You're the real Ben Grimm. They're all falling out. But it goes into space. It gets a little wacky, but I've subliminally I've incepted the idea into our DM's brain that one of the main things in like one of the main groups is in this big like space city, this port space city that we go to all the time. It's called the Mercenary Guild. It's like where all the bounty hunters are. And I think it's great. I smile a little bit every time.
Something like that online. I think it may be an Eve or I don't know, but
yeah, it's generic enough. Like it's not.
It's pretty generic. Like I don't know how somebody could really copyright the Mercenary Guild.
Yeah, I mean you could trademark it, but
I guess.
I mean, yeah, you can't. I mean, maybe I don't even know. Yeah, maybe you couldn't.
I don't know. I didn't see. But again, if we run into trouble, we can finagle it. But I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean,
such a good trade dress though. Look at my icon. I came up with it. That was my idea.
No, yeah, that's great. Yeah, but it's not going to affect. I mean, what we're copywriting is the story itself. So
yeah,
and the logo is unique, so it's not going to conflict even if someone has a a trademark for something. So. Yeah. And if they do, whatever.
If we're getting sued, that means we're successful, probably.
Blocking us.
Yeah.
Some people do that. When they think you're coming out with something, they'll cock block you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So, Adam, Adam fell off because he has shitty internet connection right now,
Oh,
so
that's too
he
bad.
may hop back on later and join us. But for you, those of you viewing us now, I'm just gonna leave this email newsletter form up for Victor for a while. We watched the trailer.
Yeah,
It
I
was pretty
read the
sweet.
script. I
So
added
people
a
are
few
interested.
notes. You know,
Yeah.
but overall, because I'm a huge like, I'm sold. I'm backing this 100%.
It's gonna be fun, yeah. Also, the working on the collectible character card for this one will be fun too. I decided that's something we're gonna do for all our.
And I got my
Oh,
original
pre-orders too.
art on Saturday from Luke at the 11
Oh,
by 17.
awesome. Hell yeah.
Sick. Yeah. So
Of the
I'm
Nicole
I'm
card
looking-
or of the poster?
No, of the original. No, it's actually on. It's laminated though.
Of what though? What was which original art piece?
Malchus.
Oh, sweet. Oh yeah. Okay. So the Malchus card.
So I got that. I'm looking for a frame, and then, but there will be a price
Yeah,
for
boy.
that. But it ain't going to be no $200.
No,
We're going.
gonna
You want
be-
that? It's 4 digits.
It's gonna be
Homie.
pretty pricey.
Yeah.
That'd be like selling off your baby. You know, you gotta
Yeah.
at least get 5 figures for that.
I don't know if someone's going to pay 10 grand.
Well, I mean, what would you sell your child for?
Well, I mean, I know, but like on a lot of these auctions, you know, Luke does okay,
12 grand?
but when he's on with someone like Irene will sell a piece for like 2 grand, and Luke
Yeah.
will sell a piece for like 200. You know, just because Irene is Irene, even though I think Luke's piece is better.
Well, Luke also undercuts himself, I think, because he's newer. He's a
Yeah.
newer artist when it comes to the wider world, I should say. It's not like
Yeah,
he
this
just
whole
started
scene.
doing art.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
definitely as people
So-
see what he's doing, they realize this guy has chops.
Yeah. So if I was him, I would start.
I mean,
increasing
we
his
see
prices.
those 4 cards, and I don't know if we can show them. We can definitely show the trailer with the Nicole card, but those cards, you know, I have no complaints about any of them. You know, very proud.
Yeah.
Going
they're
in
great.
my head,
And we're excited to show
my
them
mind,
off.
my
No,
mind
let
just kind
Kyle
of
go.
wandered. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said my mind was kind of wandering, and in my head, I just thought how funny it would be if we had decks drawn into Victor.
Like how detailed he would be.
We'll won't elaborate on that for any. I don't know if you want to call them spoilers, but given the nature of like Victor and you know the different eras it draws across, it's just mildly humorous to me.
Yeah, it'd be funny. Although, probably wouldn't want to be a Shiba Inu. Be maybe like a French
Talk to your
bulldog
friend.
or something. Maybe like a French
Yeah.
bulldog.
See if we can make some more money.
Something.
You know what's funny? I'm just going to throw this out there, Brian. So I just got Ghost of the Badlands from Razor Fist. It's a
Mhm.
large book,
Nice.
color. So it's not
Like
a
how
bag and
how
board.
large? Like what are the
Bigger
dimensions?
than
What are
a
we
bag.
talking?
You can't bag and board it. It might be.
Oh shit! Like magazine size?
Yeah.
Oh,
And,
okay.
And no bag and board. Didn't come with any extras.
Okay.
Nothing. Had a color cover, and all the inside work was black and white, but it was ridiculous how good it was. It was on par with, you know, who did I mention from Andy Summers?
Oh, yeah.
Phil. What is it?
Feel someone.
Whatever. Anyways, the art is spectacular. So I think he's going to have a colored version, but if you get the black and white, don't worry. It actually fits because it's all noir and Western. But anyways, no extras came with it. There was no bookmark. There were no cards. There was no bag and board. You know, it's basically a magazine size, you know, thing like that. But still a damn good book. But I mean, it is possible, you know, not to have I mean, we're going to have stretch goals because absolutely. I mean, I think but this had none, and I was still satisfied as a customer. But
Yeah, I think it's probably because Razor Fist is a writer, or his previous works have been books. So he probably was like, okay, I'm going to release the graphic novel. And he's not used to, the, I will say, the culture of comic crowdfunding. In comic crowdfunding, there's way more incentives that people tend to offer.
yeah.
So, which, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, we're...
And, when you make 300,000 or whatever, 400,000 on a book, you probably not really need incentives, but I know we need them, and it's like, hey, we got these cards for you and they look fantastic, and
yeah, we're gonna have some fantastic
writer-driven
shit
stretch goals instead of an artist-driven stretch goal. Be like, if I get X amount of money, then I will do a 10-page fanfic of X.
yeah,
I'll write you a Tumblr fan fiction.
Yeah.
I mean, we can do that for a stretch goal.
But it's a high recommend.
First, folks.
And he did have some pros. So after the graphic novel, which is actually a pretty healthy chunk of material, he has some prose, which I have not got to reading yet. So, I mean, it took me a good part of the weekend, holiday weekend, to read through just the graphic novel. And
but what's your review? Like out of 5?
Out of 5, I'd say probably 4.
Nice.
There was a couple of areas where it kind of meandered, and it kind of, he could have tightened it up a little bit, but as far as overall, yeah, I mean, I'd give it a 4 out of 5 with the art and the writing and the pacing.
Is it the best Western you've ever read? Is it the only Western you've ever read?
Well, again, I would take Aaron Lopresti's Wraith of God over it.
Okay.
Because Wraith of God really deals with more of the supernatural, with werewolves in the Old West and things like that. Both characters are very similar because there is Christian prose, there is Christian what have you. So if you're not down with that, you're not going to like, because the main character does spout Christian scripture.
Sure.
He also recruits people in a very unique way, and they all have like a rosary. So it has a Christian thing, and so does
Catholic.
So does Wraith of God, but Wraith of God has again, more supernatural. This is very much like Solomon Kane in the Old West. So
I mean, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, it's a recommend. I mean, if you get a chance to buy it, and he's going to do a colored version, but I have no problem with the black and white. Really fits the genre. It's very noir too, which is, Razor Fist is a huge fan of noir. He's made no qualms about that, and it fits. So yeah, it's a recommend.
Good.
It's a recommend.
Well, I look forward to because I think he said he's going to do a second one, but he'll do like a second printing, or what people call it, second chance.
Second chance.
Some kind of reissue when he does the next one.
I think he did something like that in February. I don't know, but I can't believe he wouldn't want to sell more of these.
Yeah, it's weird.
It wouldn't make any sense. So
if
you can pick it up.
Yeah, I think maybe I might be confusing this with someone else said, but I think he said, people can correct me if I'm wrong in chat and stuff in comments, but I think he said he'll do it. He'll just do a different cover. So that way the people who got the first one, that's like the first printing.
Right.
Or something like that. But
it's worth a read. It's definitely worth a read. And I'm not a big Western guy. I don't have, like you asked, what's your favorite Western comic? I think literally this and Aaron. I don't have Western comics.
There you go. That's good enough, man. Oh, speaking of Wraith of God, I think Aaron Presti now sells a version of Wraith of God on his website too, which is great because now I can just go pick it up like the thing that kind of bothers me about crowdfunding, I mean, this isn't really a big criticism. It's more or less like, damn, I wish I could just get this fucking book.
Yeah.
But a lot of people who do crowdfunding, and I understand because they're independent. It's not like they can just afford to, print like 1 million copies at a time, or like overstock their warehouse by like 30,000
and ship
copies
them and fulfill.
and ship them and fulfill them. But I wish people would at least carry the book. Like, they do the crowdfunding, okay, great, you ship it out, but why don't you create a storefront after that? Like, I think you can do that on Fund My Comic, and then just keep it open, and then
They
okay,
just want to
great.
print just as much as they need, basically.
Yeah, exactly. There's multiple platforms that do basically that, print on demand. You can do that. You can set it up where you say, okay, I'm going to go back and this is going to be the second. Do something for the people who backed it originally. Like, don't disvalue what they paid for, what they bought into. But I'm saying do something where it's like you either use like drive-through. That's one. Shattermare Comics would probably help you out with that. There's people out there that
Graham Nolan has his own thing, so you can go to Compass Comics and get all of Graham Nolan's.
That's what I'm saying.
Stuff,
Yeah, but like Ethan does an eBay store. People do stuff, and then that way, you can still sell stuff afterwards. But you could still do smaller print runs. You could say like, okay, it's still worth it for me to do like, I don't have to do like 5,000 of these like I had to do for the crowdfunding campaign or whatever. But I could do like 250, and obviously if people like it and they want to buy it, that's pretty reasonable. And then you just cite your inventory on your e-commerce platform. You set it to whatever the inventory is, and if you run out, you run out. And like, now you have some to take to conventions or meetups or whatever.
Yeah.
I wish more people would do that. I don't know. That's my gripe about crowdfunding. It's a lot of it's like, you gotta buy it now. Like, I mean, I get kind of by definition it's a FOMO thing.
Yeah.
But if I just don't have the money to fund that.
No, it still doesn't make sense to me because I want to sell as many copies as I can. So
right, and you also want to sell as many copies.
Because a lot of people are wait and see. So if,
yeah,
you're hearing now that I really like Ghost of the Badlands, now you want to buy it. If I'm somebody like Razorfist, I'm going to set that up, saying, okay, for the people who now want to buy it, go. Here you go.
Yeah, no offense to Razorfist, but especially when a YouTuber comes out with something, I'm super wary now. I'm super wait and see now. Speaking of which, if you guys want to, Alvin, I'm not sure if you're familiar with a fellow by the name of Eric July, but he recently just had a close on his campaign for his book Yaira. All right. And
now, did he have a stretch goal for writing a fanfic?
No, he had other crazy stretch goals. So can I show you guys some of the stuff?
Yeah.
I've got it up. I'm subscribed to his email newsletter because when I got the ISOM stuff, so I still get information about it. So he released some very interesting stuff. Just let me share this with you guys. I don't know if you can see that. Maybe I could blow it up somehow.
It says Yaira campaign summary.
Can you see that better? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Brian. This is me. They wanted me to, I guess, last chance. Or no, I'm sorry. This is the post. This is the post close information. So the campaign summary, right? They're very. I guess I would be excited if I sold 19,000. So, but they're like, here's the stats. Like, hey, here's how good we did. Not like, hey, thank you so much for funding our book. Like, like this should probably be like 4 paragraphs. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we're excited to work on the next thing. Like, here, click this link to leave a review if you like the book. Something like that. But they sold 19,000, which I believe is less significantly than each other book that they've sold, like ISOM 1, 2, and Alpha Core.
And they still did 1.5 million though.
They still did well. This is total sales, so this isn't the book. This is the everything, like all the merch and stuff. And I'm gonna show you what some of that is, Kyle, and Alvin and William. Is William back? Almost. So this is total books sold.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, so we're okay. Well, let me review this again real quick for you. So this is the email I got.
This is van. Get a new van.
I don't know, but this is the this is the Yaira campaign summary. I get their emails because I'm on the email newsletter. So they closed out Yaira. Oh, nice. So they closed out Yaira. And they got Kyle, right? So I had to explain to Kyle. Total books sold 19,000, and this is, I think, what a lot of people are now. They're wait and see because they've been burned by Eric's other books, and you just have the natural fall off of why do I give a shit about Yaira if I don't even really care about ISOM? Like that kind of fall off that happens with comics. And I bought ISOM 1 because maybe it'll be worth something one day. So there you have a lot of that. Okay, cool. Favorite cover, but then Kyle fell for his bullshit where they have the total sales. So this total sales is not books.
No, it's merch.
Just so you guys know, yeah, that's all different stuff. And then 11,000 people about bought stuff. So they've got their cover.
I'll take 1.5 million in merch.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to see what you guys think about this. I mean, I actually do have a couple good things to say.
And
about Eric.
Why don't we segue? I'm going to dovetail. So he has a $500 statue coming out, I guess.
Well,
done by
we're gonna no, don't worry, we're gonna get there.
Okay,
we're gonna get there. Trust me. So
sell Shump dildo for $500.
Yeah.
I wouldn't buy a $500 statue of a Malchus. That's it. Not of Bane, not of Nicole, and not Zeth. But
yeah, it has to be
Malchus.
But would other people buy it?
That's it. That's the only character.
It has to be a lore accurate mold of Bane's penis. That's what you have to sell. So
no Barbie doll shit, okay? No Ken doll nonsense.
Yeah, I'll let the viewers imagine.
I don't want to get in that Nick Recatus shit. I don't want no penises, no wife swapping, no cocaine.
Yeah,
well, that's the perk in buying it is that you can solve the debate,
Yeah, exactly. And you can
the hot
buy
this
two.
Debate.
There are no penises in the world I built.
And William
there's no assholes in mine, so
William has to sign all the penis molds. I hope you're ready for that. So, anyways, so this is a merch pack you can buy for Yaira. So, aside from the book, he's selling merch for 160. So you can rack up a lot of money when you're selling.
And honestly, that's not a bad looking presentation.
Yeah, we could take the idea for the.
But I wonder how much all that costs.
Yeah, well, lucky for you, I have that information right here.
Dude, imagine like a beanie, because this is what I was thinking for Mercenary Guild. Imagine a beanie hat that was kind of gray, like a slate gray, with my logo on it, and a baseball hat.
Dope.
This is
how sick is that?
This is kind of a non sequitur, but I did want to mention that the comedy story I talked about earlier that I wanted to Adam and you guys to look at, there are penises in it.
Well, yeah, that makes it drastically more funny.
So it looks like Alvin has the penis covered for Shattermare Comics. So
perfect. There's got to be a Easter egg one though, hidden in every issue.
I mean,
Malchus's penis.
I've got more stories I can write too. Okay.
for the ladies.
Let's not close the penis door.
So, part of his merch is selling a second deck of informational cards about characters. Like, you know how we were talking about incentives earlier about cool stuff you would want to throw in about your characters? Well, Eric is selling that privilege to you for $75. And
it was 100. The first campaign was 100.
Yeah, he's being more reasonable this time. He's come down a little bit by like $25. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cards you get. So that's one thing. And then he's got posters for $23 each. So you got 2x3 poster. Possibly. It says high quality. I don't know
That
what
should
that
not be
means.
more than $8 to $10.
Yeah, I mean, they vary, but yeah, I mean, like if I was doing, I mean, I guess it
Good
depends on the
looking
quality of the
poster.
print.
I
Yeah,
like the art.
that's actually good art.
I mean,
Yeah.
here's the thing: if he sells it at $8, does he sell 3 times as many? Probably not.
Well, what he does, and this is what happened. This is how he got a T-shirt.
Question.
So I waited. So I bought his book, and then I waited, and around Christmas he dropped everything. So he had T-shirts for $23. I got one for $8.
Guys. Oh my
Okay.
god, guys! He has a shirt that says 3D asset shirt.
But no, I think you can find
really
you can still
leaning into
find
this.
deals if you go to his store, where they've slashed like the hats and stuff like that. If you go to the store tab,
Yeah, the
you
problem
can,
is
you can eventually get those shirts for $8 around Christmas time. I shit you not.
right, and that's the problem. Like he's not like, why would I buy this now? Why would I buy any of this?
Well, some
shit?
people
Like,
will, though. I mean, clearly. That's the thing. Some people will buy it
Yeah.
just to support him. They don't care.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I'm not just going to support somebody because they're non-woke or whatever. It's like I want really good content,
And that's
I
why he
gave
cuts
it-
the
I
price
gave
around
it an
Christmas
honest-
time, so people like you will buy it. I think it's
I
down to
gave it an
$8.
honest try, and I just didn't care for it.
Let's see, what else has he got? He's got the shirts, pretty standard merch stuff, yeah. So then, and we were talking about this earlier about McFarlane toys. Also, hold on real quick before we talk about that.
Like right now, you can get an ISOM 1 T-shirt for $8, the yellow one. You can get the one I have also for $8, the gray one, and you can get the ISOM poster from marked down from $30 to $10 if you go in the store.
Ooh, CGC.
Yeah,
Did you
just
see?
go in the store
So,
tab
big
and
speculators. His big spenders. Oh, you want me to go there now?
well, yeah, take a look at it. So go down and just there's no deals there. So go to like I think it's
It's a $5
Well,
shirt.
this is a deal, right? Because this was more expensive when it was. Am I
Oh,
wrong
is
about that? The magazine, the Ripazine.
I'm not sure about that.
That's a really bad shirt design. I don't know if it's just the picture. Maybe it's just because they used a fake shirt picture. That looks really fucking bad. Like that's good. Someone actually did a
Yeah, but go
that was effective.
down to the next pages. And I think it's page 2 or 3. You start getting to the deals. It'll be in red, so no deals there. So you get
Oh,
there.
like
So
this?
there's. So
Yeah.
mark down a little bit.
So I think he's finally recognizing what the actual real market is.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll say like shows and stuff, a lot of people will sell posters for like $20. You know, I think we'll do like usually a buy one get one, so they're
Yeah, and
equivalently
that's the
$10.
Ethan Van Sciver cover. That's the
Mhm.
Ethan Van Sciver, or no, that's Irene's. I think that might be the one
That's
Irene
true,
did.
yeah.
And then if
Yeah.
you keep going,
But you
keep
see,
going through
he's bringing it down to a regular price.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know what this is about, but oh yeah, $8.
Yeah, so I got that gray one.
Wow.
Well, probably because all the people that were going to buy it at the original price already bought it. And then it's like, well, if I lower the price, then I can get more sales.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, but 73%.
Hey, if you bought it at 30, thank you for your contribution.
And look at that poster.
Also,
That's like the iconic first ISOM poster. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Also, some of the stuff he did lower, he's just being sneaky about it. Like, this is cheaper than it was before.
Yeah, it was
I think.
$35.
Yeah.
But
So
at
he's
Christmas,
just-
he brought it down to $5.
So, yeah. So one of the big things he just did, and we talked about this before, is so Alvin, this guy, like typically on crowdfunding campaigns, you'll have where if you get to a certain stretch goal, you unlock something. And a lot of the times, if you unlock something, it's like, oh well, thank you to everyone for funding it. So I got to here. I'm gonna throw this in, or I'm gonna give you this, and it's typically like a deal or something. But with Yaira, they had to pay for the privilege of now spending $500 on a statue. And he did this to McFarlane Toys, so I guess that's supposed to mean something. Like, it's supposed to mean like it's quality. I don't think this is like crazy good quality. I think that's...
You can't really tell.
From what I've heard, McFarlane Toys have kind of fallen off.
That's what some people have been saying to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know, man. To me, it's like he's losing people. He's doing, I don't know if you call it.
But his hardcore
shit.
fans will buy anything he puts out, so it's like he's more making money off of them than the skeptical consumer. You know,
Kyle's right. I mean, and a lot of the stuff really looks good. When you look at the presentation of a lot of the stuff, it really looks good. Then you read the book, and it's like,
you read the book, or you get buyer's remorse after you get it, like that one guy did when he bought the $70 art book or whatever.
Like
remember
the
that?
T-shirt.
Not about the concept.
The T-shirt. Let me tell you something about that. I got it for $8, and it was $5 shipping, and I got like a huge size, so I wear that to bed or I wear it in the garden. You know, it was a great value. It was a great $13.
Yeah, there you go. That's like value. It's like getting a shirt at Walmart.
Yeah.
Well,
and it's actually not a bad shirt. So I would actually recommend it. I don't care what's on the front. Again, I can, play with my pumpkin plants and stuff.
Nice
shit. I'm not wearing it to work.
Well, so you think though, like, even though his core audience will buy whatever shit he gets, he releases, right? Like, you think at some point, like, it's not like there's 11,000 Elon Musks, right? Like, these have to be like normal people. These aren't like I was his core audience.
I was his core audience.
Well, but we're not. I'm talking about the people who are still buying all this bullshit.
It's like to a lesser extent, or to a greater extent to what he's doing, like. Donald Trump can sell like NFTs or what he can sell whatever he wants that has his name on it to his hardcore fan base and make tons of money.
Yeah, but Donald Trump has a hardcore fan base of like millions of people.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is to a lesser extent, but it's the same deal. You got your hardcore fans who have dug their heels in and they'll buy whatever you throw at them,
But Donald Trump has also done stuff for decades. Like he's built a brand and he has fans. That's my ultimate point. Don't worry, we'll get there. But right now, I just want to tell you, Kyle, so in case you can't buy that statue because it's like, oh my god, I've already spent like $1,000 on retarded Rippaverse shit, well, don't worry, Eric's got you, because he's introduced a buy now, pay later system that he specifically has in US and Canada for orders over 500. So that $500 statue, that limited statue that you have to keep spending money because you're a hardcore fan, Kyle. He's got you. Now you can go into debt, and if you pay it off, it's worse than that, because all these are like zero interest. If you don't pay, the interest spikes. It's like zero interest for X weeks. Yeah.
Oh
man.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What a shit.
Yeah. He's put a lot of work into this, guys. I got a whole email about it.
What a shit. I did not know that he has a fucking credit card.
Yeah, he's walking you through right here. He's got a demo.
Rip a credit. Rip a you.
Credit.
Yeah, rip a me.
dollars.
Yeah, fucking rip a bucks. Rip a buck.
Holy fuck.
Hey, this is how you make money, okay?
We hope this option helps make our items more accommodating to add to your collection.
And what's the interest rate at? Do we know?
Well, again,
they have to be upfront about
it's
that.
0 interest if you make your payments. So here's the benefits, right? Interest-free payments. You have to split it into 4 equal payments over the 6 weeks without any interest if you make those payments.
Okay.
Okay. No hidden fees. Purchase over 100. This is just like PayPal credit, where it's like, hey, if you buy something over $100, then you have PayPal credit. You can pay this in like, I don't know, 4 or 6 months, whatever it is, 0 interest. But if you don't,
I pay artists thousands and I don't get PayPal credit. What the fuck am I, dude? What? God damn. Well, I mean, I guess it's not that bad. I guess if people make their payments, whatever those payments will be, but
it'll be $500 to get the.
If he sells 100 of these things, that'll probably be good. That'll probably put him in the black.
Oh, one other thing I forgot to show you guys. So, Eric July has learned something. He's now humbled himself, right? So in his email, he said, "Oh, okay, guys, we found a small typo, right? During our this is his new and improved quality control.
Okay.
So during our inspection of
they
one
do
book,
happen. I can't.
Yeah. Like I go back and do that when Kyle and I find them in Hardly Heroes, and then we fix it and we print the book, right? So, but this is a big deal, right? He just wants to let you know, like that, like this is like a
I'm aware that we fucked up.
Yeah, I'm aware that you're aware.
Don't call me out on your.
Yeah, don't call me out for this. Don't
your YouTube streams.
Yeah, don't call me out. But when it comes to the really bad writing and art, then I'm gonna make a T-shirt about it.
but this error will help you distinguish between printing. So treat this as a collectible. Our fucked up printing of this. That's a joke I make to people. It is. This is literally a joke I tell people when they come and say, "Hey, do you have any more first printings of Hardly Heroes?" And I say, "Well, you wouldn't. I understand it's probably more collectible, but you really wouldn't want it because I went back and I fixed a lot of the stuff."
I got a facsimile of Spider-Man #1, and they called him Peter Palmer. So that was a huge fuck. They called him Peter Palmer. And I was reading it. I didn't know about this screw up. And I'm reading it going, Peter Palmer? Peter Palmer, climbs into his bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And so the facsimile, they didn't change it. So I guess, that would be a collectible. So, I mean, screw ups can happen to anybody. I mean,
sometimes you have stuff like that slips through.
Stanley, they did it.
It slips through editing. There's stuff you can't really catch, and then you realize later, and you go, "Shit, okay, well, we need to fix this." But that's not something I am proud of. Like, it's not something I boast about. Like, I wouldn't brag to that in an email blast. I would just fucking do it.
Here is something and this is something some people have brought up on Twitter. People like Vito and Dick. Did Eric approach McFarlane and basically contract him, or because the way it sounds, the way he's making it sound, is that McFarlane approached him, like, I got to do a Yaira statue, which I think is absolutely fucking.
Yeah, I'm sure he's insinuating that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's the other way around. He approached McFarlane and hit him with a huge chunk of cash.
Yeah, for sure. Because I was listening to him recently, and you kind of have to read in between the lines when Eric talks. And he said something about not wanting to give up certain rights with the statue, which has fuck all to do with hyping and being excited about a statue that you're releasing. But he's mentioned that as he's talking about the statue and that it's by McFarlane Toys. So I'm assuming to make up for the fact that you're not you're not doing a licensing deal, and you're doing a limited run that you're selling directly to your customers. that you're literally just paying them a shitload of money, like, to make sure the design goes out. Hey, I'm paying you to produce these. Okay, great. Here's what it's going to cost. Here's a number.
Yeah.
Yes or no. It's just a business transaction. It's not like
That's
they
all
partner.
it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. But people like John Delarose are claiming this to be the Holy Grail, like he's arrived. And it's like, no, he just hit him with enough cash to have him do it. I don't think McFarlane gives a shit.
Remember that time I joked to you about how we can buy our way into being published through Image for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's the same thing. Like, if you show up with enough money in a briefcase and be like, hey, Todd, you probably don't know who I am. Or he probably approached him like, hey, this is Eric July, from the Rippaverse. And Todd's like, what? Mm-hmm. He's like, I'm Eric July. And he's like,
I've got socks older than you.
Okay. Yeah. And he's like, anyways, I got this new book out and I want to do a Yaira statue. And he's like, okay, talk to these people, So
yeah, send us your art and we'll get on it and pay us his fee. And then 500 fucking good crime.
Or
guys,
maybe
I'm gonna have to drop off here.
All right, man.
Oh, well, we didn't need to. Is there anything you want to add, Alvin? Or
nothing. Nothing we haven't already talked.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for joining us, man.
And I really enjoyed. I'm really looking forward to Victor. Again, one of my favorite characters of all time, and I'm really appreciate the fact that you're taking a different take on him. And I'll be there.
I'm hoping that the first one does pretty good because I have some serious ideas about the second and third. If we can go that far.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. And my idea for the next one would be Invisible Man if we're doing the Universal Monster creatures, because then you could also show a bunch of dicks in that book too. So
all right, guys.
I'll leave you with that. Have a good night, man.
All right, Alvin, it was nice meeting you.
I just came up with that one. I'm pretty proud of myself. Yeah. But no, I did read Frankenstein, Mary Shelley, and I did read The Invisible Man, and I enjoyed both of those. Those were probably my two favorites.
Yeah. And I'm reading Joe Frankenstein. I just signed up for Graham Nolan's Joe Frankenstein #3. So it's a different take, but I've read several different takes on the Frankenstein monster, and he has a completely different take than the other things I've read. So he's not biting off of anybody else. So that's cool.
Yeah, I like that because Graham's going in his own direction, Alvin's going in his own direction. So, but yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think about this? I mean, ultimately, I think that Eric is just stepping on his own dick. Like, you can't do something like this right now, because no one gives a shit. Like, it's like Kyle, you mentioned that.
Well, first of all, the book's not even out yet.
Yeah,
and so you really have to gauge.
That's so funny.
Get the book out if there's a lot of good feedback.
Yeah, you have no fan base for this character, so why the fuck did you send?
All right, this begs another question. Why not make Isom your first statue?
Yeah, I agree.
Really? Why is it another strong, empowered female?
Yeah.
Well, he has to give away. He has to make as much money as he can based on before the issue comes out, because that's when the hype for his stuff is at the highest before you actually.
Right. Well, and that's
ideally, if you were releasing like a good product, the hype would grow as more people look at it, and
So what you're saying, Kyle, is he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. That's the point. Is that he has to strike while the iron's hot because people haven't gotten their book yet.
Yep.
Like that's
they get it and they're like, okay, well, I guess I got the thing.
That's exactly why he isn't. Yeah, that's exactly why he hasn't done an Isom statue, William.
I guess it just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if you have your own comic universe, it's centered around ISOM. ISOM has to be your first statue. So this is basically an admission of failure of the first 2 ISOM books.
Or he has to keep recouping money because he only made 1.5, where on ISOM he made, what, 3.7? He boasts that. He's talking about fucking
3.7 and
ISOM and a
2.
Yaira statue.
Yeah, he made
Okay.
close to $6 million off of the first 2 ISOM books.
Well, here's the question: how much do you think this Yaira statue will be in 10 years?
Like $100.
There you
He'll
go.
probably he'll probably discount it 75%.
Yeah, I mean, by Christmas it'll probably be 100.
Be half the price. Yeah,
200.
Yeah.
He's gonna overbuy.
Well, yeah. Well, that's true. That begs the question: how limited is it? Because I'm being told it's a limited edition. So how many of these have been made? Oh, okay. Here we go. The final run. Oh wait, this is gay. Final production run will be determined based on sales. Okay. Minimum of 500. That's probably your fucking minimum order from McFarlane Toys. But it will not exceed 1,050. That's so weird. Like, why not 1,000? Because that's some price break, I guess. Or that way you can have 50 extra for you or something. Like, why would you?
Maybe buy 1,000, get 50 free.
I don't know. Like, I would not announce that. I would cap this at 1,000, and then I would print an extra. I would order an extra 50 for like say we were doing like a Malchus statue, right? Like, I would say, okay, we're gonna do 1,000, and then I would print 50 for you, me, Kyle, Luke, and like your friends and family,
family, whatnot,
and extra to keep on stock that we could sell later.
And again, if you want to approach me and buy it, okay, let's negotiate.
Yeah, but again, all of this is contingent on like him actually having a fan base. That's my whole thing. I don't think he even has a fan base. Like,
He does, but they're fans of him. I don't. Again, I was part of it. I was a staunch supporter of his. I was there at 10 in the morning at work ordering ISOM. I got ISOM 1 signed. I spent 50.
Okay, well, let me clarify that. I don't think his comic company has a fan base.
No.
Like, he may have fans.
Yeah.
And they'll buy this as, like 1 or 2 as a merch, but his books, that otherwise you wouldn't see the huge fall off. It would be growing. Because the guy has a big audience, he has a big reach.
Yeah,
it's not
I didn't want to dislike him. I just did. I don't
exactly.
know.
I mean, look, I think the statue is good. I don't think it's bad. My issue, I think it's a good design. I think my issue is in the fact that this is something you do like Ethan Van Sciver, for example. The guy eventually came out with toys. He came out with statues and stuff. This is like decades after Cyberfrog had grown a fan base, where you have, and he even crowdfunded it. He didn't just throw a bunch of money at something.
Day one.
There you go. So
I got my chicken bucket with my Cyberfrog.
like nice. Like I have a custom horse statue that I commissioned on the Writ podcast that we were on, their show. One of the guys, he wasn't there that time, but he does sculptures. He's a great
cool
guy. I commissioned him to do one, and then I basically paid for him to do a giveaway for another one. Anyways, I was just kind of toying around with it, and I was like, "Well, I like your statues, like, but it would be so early on to do that now, to come out like the waste of money to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have you do 25 statues at 150 whatever the price is, even if it was only $50 somehow, which it wouldn't be, but even if it was like in a way where we could mass produce them, like, what would be the point? We don't have a ton of people lining up that know us and recognize us and are fans of all the characters. Like, this is silly to me. This is like, I said this, I think on BTM reviews when I was on there. Like, you're putting all of the carts before your horses, all of the carts. Like, you're just, I don't know.
Well, you know, there was a video on YouTube that says that he should just stick to making merchandise. I didn't watch it, but it was just the thumbnail, and I'm like, he makes good, decent merchandise. He's actually good at merchandise.
Yeah, you know what'd be funny? Or go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I agree with you. What he should have done is created these characters in like an ambiguous kind of like lore, you know, kind of like how like the EFAP guys, they've got like their avatars.
Yeah.
Right? Like Eric should have an avatar and be like, oh, I created the Rippaverse. I'm Isom. This is like me, right? Because it's already a self-insert anyway, so fuck it. just rip the band-aid off. Just pull off the mask and be like, and then just drop the guy and be like, hey, I created this character, Isom. You guys want to buy it? Like, here's a statue of him. Here's a shirt. And then you build that, and then you come behind and be like, yeah, I'm going to do a comic book. And then people will be like, oh, shit, we're going to get a comic book about this fucking guy. And it becomes a meme. You know, you're building lore, like the mystery and lore around this character, and then you could hire good artists. And
that's what
he should just outsource us. He should just outsource make comics to us and then slap his name on it.
That's what they did with Master of the Universe.
They
started off as action figures.
There you go.
I remember when they came out, Masters of the Universe. They came out as action figures. We had no idea. They just looked like barbarians, and they were cool, and they had swords.
Yeah, they're cool.
They were kind of gay. You know, there was a lot of gay shit on those. My mom wouldn't be like, she's like, that's pretty gay. I have a pretty base mom, and
good for her.
Nonetheless, those came out. And they sold like hotcakes because I guess they were kind of like Conan had come out, and they were kind of like in the vein of Conan and shit. And
right.
Then the cartoon came out, so they actually pieced together a cartoon. You know, they did the same thing with Transformers. You know, Transformers was a toy before it ever became, and G.I. Joe. Not the original G.I. Joe, the doll, but the action figures were out in stores well before there was a cartoon.
Right, and the cartoon was to build the brand and just kind of establish like a more lore and canon around these characters. It's like, oh, these are just toys. It's like, oh no, they actually have characters now. And then even then they started off as, you know, they weren't super deep, but you slowly build the world up over time and it evolves, and then fucking look at them now. I mean, these have been household brands for decades.
They look cool, and you saw them on a shelf, and you wanted to buy them.
Yeah, and they got them, and you got kids like us, because like I got G.I. Joes and Transformers, I'm pretty sure, before I saw any of the shows and TV. I was just like, this looks fucking dope. It's a cool car, and it turns into a guy or a robot, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's got guns,
has a machine
lasers.
Gun, or it's got a rocket launcher or something, and it's like,
Right, and it was just them throwing like, oh, we want to have toys to sell to kids, right? So we're gonna just create these toys, and they didn't. They probably didn't plan any. It's not like they had this shit planned for 10 years. No. They're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna put the toys out, and then people liked them. Oh, people like it. Okay, great. We'll keep giving them more. What ideas do we have? What can we come up with? That's what he should do. I mean, that's what makes sense. That's what that's what people do, because they realize, oh, there's a demand for our stuff. We're building a fan base. Not, hey, I'm coming out with this Yaira book after my Isom book, because my Isom book stopped selling so well, just because I got money. So I'm going to throw it at these like lesbian sister comic people because I like them. But you haven't gotten the book yet? Oh well, how about a Yaira trailer, right? That's what we can watch next, the animated trailer. Like, oh, how about a statue? Like, what do you mean? Why would you? Again, you don't even know if people are gonna like your shit.
Yeah.
His words, by the way, not mine. He calls his own stuff shit. So, like, how do you even know if people are gonna like your shit? Like, why do you putting all this stuff out before the book? So, I don't know, man. It's like a lot to do about characters that no one seems to really give a shit about.
Well, and again, he introduced her and Alpha Core in such a awkward way in his first volume.
Yeah, they're just there.
Yeah, they just kind of appear. They really are not germane to the story. And
a
then,
new challenger approaches. You wrote it like a 12-year-old writing a fighting game.
Yeah. It's like you're just putting these in there so you can do something down the road. It was so obvious, which is kind of what I avoided with Mercy. Like, you guys don't do that with Hardly Heroes. If you introduce a character, that character has purpose.
Yeah, I mean, the merch that we have right now is like the typical merch that you'd see surrounding those characters. Like, I understand the impulse that Eric probably has because he made too much money. Frankly, let's be honest. Like, he's a poor guy. Yeah, he's a poor guy who won the lottery, and now he's just blowing everything on everything because he's like a kid with no fucking discipline. And he's just like, oh, let's do an animated trailer. Oh, let's hire this guy and that guy and these people and go.
I'll get Chuck Dixon. I'll get this person. I'll get Ethan Van Sciver. I'll get. It's like.
Yeah, it's been my dream to meet Todd McFarlane, so let's just make a fucking statue. Who gives a shit? Yeah. Like, well, I mean, your wallet and bank account would suggest otherwise.
They'll take your money.
Your overhead expenses, like your employees, the consequences of you running a business like that. Anyways, yeah, but like, so I understand the impulse of like, hey, here's a cool thing you could do, but you're still running a business at the end of the day. So if it doesn't generate revenue or doesn't build upon, your brand, like, it's just not worth it. Like, you do it when you have the money.
I could do the same thing, and that's why I rely on people like you and Luke and what have you, because sometimes you've texted me this. Oh, you went off half cocked.
That's true. That's exactly what I said.
It is like, yeah, I did. Sorry, but
put your dick in your pants.
I own it. Sometimes I need to be put on a leash too, and I got to be put in check, and that's why I can take it. We're boys. I can take it. Okay. It pissed me off when you said that, but again, we're guys. We can just, it's water on the bridge, whatever. We'll just work together. Let's make something great.
Right. Well, and the only reason I say that to you is because, the first year we launched, I was throwing a lot of money at a bunch of different shit, in order to try to ramp up the book. But to be honest, a lot of it was just like vanity stuff that wasn't totally necessary to launch the company and the book. And so it was like hiring, other artists to do covers, like just some stuff we did, like paying more money on like conventions and shit that we didn't really have to go to. It's just stuff like that. Like, and I got to the point where I was like, well, I'm not gonna go broke, like spending money on this company, unnecessary, I should say, unnecessary. Like, it's not like I was saying, oh, well, I need to rein in the printing expenses for printing the books that we're selling. Like, a good example is, like, when Kyle and I were doing our tour up and down Florida, going to all these different stores, Kyle can tell you, like, I was spending way too much fucking money at comic shops. Way too much money. Because in my head, the justification was like, well, I'll support their shop and then they'll buy our book. But, them buying our book at wholesale cost was not justifying me spending like upwards of $100 at every shop. Buying like issue 1 and trade paperbacks and all this other bullshit.
But it's it's a lot like that in the industry, but even like not the comic book store level, because I mean, as you know, like a lot of people don't even deal with comic book stores. But even just like creator to creator. You have a lot of people at conventions who will come
Yeah,
by
people
and
do
like
it.
support your product, and they want you to support theirs, and it's kind of like, okay, what are we accomplishing here?
Right. But notice how it shows, and this isn't just because I hate people. Like, if they come by and buy our book, I appreciate it. And yeah, if they want to support us as other creators, but I'm not going around to all of their tables buying their stuff
So
because
we're just
I
like
had
we're
to.
just basically just trading money.
Yeah,
It's
you're
not
just
really.
trading. Yeah, you're trading back and forth. Maybe I blew the secret, and they're gonna hear me and be like, "Well, fuck you." But my point is, like, yeah, you have to become very disciplined about how you run your business, and it is a business, and so like you can't, I mean, you have to separate like your personal expenses from your business first and foremost, but after that, you have to run your business. You have to run your business to make money.
Business.
Business, yeah. So you have to become very disciplined about what you spend money on and really analyze, do cost benefit analysis. Like, it's boring, but you have to do it. You have to think like, okay, what is this really getting us?
Yeah.
Like, another example is Kyle and I were sitting in a signing, and we were just like, what the fuck would we do? It's like one of those really bad signings where the store didn't do any advertisement to promote it. Like, no one even knew we were there.
Like,
I think
you just
like
showed up. And...
yeah, we just fucking show up, and the guy who's working the part-time kid working the counter is just like, "Hey, how's it going?" And we're like, "Oh, we're here to set up for the signing." And they're like, okay, yeah, you guys, yeah, I guess grab that table in the back or whatever." Like, there's still shit sitting on the table, and we're just like, "Well, this is a complete fucking waste of time," and we have to try to rely on them to promote us because we don't have a huge following. If we had a huge following, I would just tell people where to come find us, and they would come find us.
Yeah.
Like, but the people don't give a shit. But we were just thinking, like, is this really worth it? And we're like, no, because what would we be do? Anything that we would be doing to justify coming up with ideas to incentivize store owners, we could literally just apply to us selling books directly to the customer. Cut out the middleman, especially the ones that
because the only ones you're
aren't
going to
valuable.
get are people coming in the comic store that day.
Yeah, but they don't know that we're going to be there. So yeah,
No.
it's on a Saturday, so it's not even New Comic Book Day. So it's literally like, and it's not like some of these shops aren't just comic shops. So it may not even be someone coming to pick up their pool. It may just be like their traffic may be like someone going to play like fucking Pokemon that day or something, or
Yeah.
Yu-Gi, you know what I mean?
Could be like 10 people that walk in the store that day, to be honest.
Yeah,
so you
someone looking,
and you can get that
comic.
kind of interaction that like just on doing shit on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we have 5 people watching us right now. We have more interaction than we had that at the shop I'm thinking of that day probably. So, and again, it's a thing of like, well, if the people that basically work there, I don't know, it's weird. Like, if we just treat it as like pure like, hey, let's go here and hang out for the day and meet people, like, it's one thing. But when you're like, okay, how does this impact us and the bottom line, and actually making money or growing, our brand, and it's just not worth it. So you have to make those kind of decisions. And I don't think Eric has felt enough pain yet, because he's still coasting on winning the lottery, that he's not being affected by this shit. So
he's never gonna have to be honest.
He'll have to. No, he'll have to.
You think so?
What do you mean? Do I think so? Like, look at like, he's open about how much his shit costs.
Yeah.
Like, if you add up his expensive, all his overhead for his warehouse employees, his warehouse, like, just look at how much money he's actually making. I mean, he tells you, he's like, oh, I made 1.5 on Yaira total sales. Okay, well, if every quarter it costs you like $400,000 to $500,000 to run your fucking business, great. That's another quarter that you're in business, right? Like, you'll be in business for another like 4 to 6 months, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So
if he sells, some of those statues, if he sells 100 or 200 of those,
yeah,
we'll see.
if
If
I don't know. I mean, you see the drop off from issue to issue. So
and
we'll
again,
see.
the book hasn't even come out. And,
Yeah, the book hasn't even gotten to
so
people's
it's really
hands.
hard to get attached to a character that you want to spend $500 on.
Yeah, I don't even want to spend like $500 on a cool Batman. What's that company? Like Sideshow Toys or whatever?
Yeah.
That does the nice detailed statues.
Yeah.
I don't even want to spend that much money on that. And I enjoy those characters, so it's just
Well, I'll bet that a greater number than 0 amount of people buy that statue.
Yeah, a greater number than 0 for sure. But notice how that's why he slips in there the language of like, well, we have to order at least 500, and then the total production run is going to depend on the sales. And so he's basically saying, I'm on the hook for 500 of these.
Please buy.
Please buy. But I might not even buy. I'm going to cap it at like 1,000, but I might not even buy that many.
Yeah.
He's already putting in like a buffer mentally.
And what's the markup?
I would venture to guess that they probably cost him because you also have to think the cost of the production plus whatever McFarlane Toys is billing him for, like their overhead. So I'm guessing it probably cost him like 100 or 150 each.
Yeah.
I might be wrong. It might be more.
That's what I was thinking.
But I would estimate probably in that range.
200 tops. But
200 tops, yeah. But I don't think it would be like $50. Like I could get a statue for $50 if I found some company in China and ordered like 500 to 1,000 of them.
Yeah, you could, but again, McFarlane, you're going to pay for the name. And again, the quality, from what I understand of the recent offerings, really isn't there. From what
Yeah, McFarlane
allegedly,
Toys probably.
I don't want to gain the honor of Todd McFarlane, but
sure. Yeah, I haven't bought a Todd McFarlane toy statue, so I'm not sure. But he's probably using some factory in China.
Aren't they all?
Yeah, and then putting a markup on it. So, like, I would just cut out the American distributor, and then go to, unless they gave me a deal where they're like, we'll cover the design cost.
And this is what people don't realize, that he spent a lot of time with Ethan talking about action figures and statues, and Ethan did all the legwork that you could possibly do, and conveyed that information onto Eric, and so and Eric didn't appreciate that because Ethan did it. He wanted to do American made. He just realized that he could not unless his action figures were $200 a piece or some ridiculous amount.
Yeah, and Eric is probably stubborn and very ignorant about business stuff, so he came to the same conclusion and it was like, oh, what's the next best thing? I'll just partner with McFarlane Toys. They're an American company. But do they actually have a warehouse in America where they manufacture everything? I don't know. I haven't researched it, so I don't know. But just based on how most people outsource all their manufacturing to China.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised just
to make a mold. Have your artist make the mold and then send it over to China and have them recreate it. That's
well,
no brainer to me, but.
Yeah. Well, you're paying an artist for the design, so they're going to do like a 3D design, and then after you pay for the design work, you're going to you just reach out to a company. They'll make the mold. You send the file to them. They'll send you a sample, and then there you go. Boom, pricing. You order so many of them. So I'm just saying that, yeah, it's. I mean, Ethan thinks that Eric's in a way worse situation than he is. I don't think he's there yet. But if he doesn't develop some kind of discipline and he keeps spending money on shit he doesn't need to spend, because, like, how much does a statue improve the sale of your book? How much does a little trailer? You guys want to watch this trailer?
Sure.
All right. Like, how much does another animated trailer on top of a fucking live action trailer improve the sale of your book?
Yeah.
Didn't seem like much. Oh, the Marvel thing.
This woman is dangerous, reckless, and far too carefree. Power that even runs. Sorority. Interesting. What the hell is this crazy woman up to? Time to earn our paycheck. See you soon. Yaira.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it.
Not even
Put me down for 10.
That was behind a paywall originally, I think.
Originally, it was behind a paywall, and then probably everyone like us. It's not like they're watching our channel, but you know, people are like, "Why would you put that behind a paywall if you want to advertise your fucking book?" And it's probably like, "Oh, I need to release this." Goodbye, Kyle. He had to dip out at 10:45, so
Okay, no problem.
he's tagging out. So it's just the dynamic duo left.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, it's not gonna push any more sales. So on top of a live action,
that didn't impress me. I wouldn't have paid a dime for that.
I mean, I actually think the animation was solid. I think it's fine.
The animation
but
of voice acting was solid, but what it conveyed was just what?
It didn't show anything. Yeah, it doesn't really give you any information. I would argue the little teaser trailer I put together for Victor conveys to you more of a story than that fucking minute trailer.
Yeah, or the Mercenary
no
Guild, that
voiceover.
conveys the story.
Yeah, and it had a voiceover. Like, you know, it's you can tell a lot. You can tell a lot about something, and also not give the whole book away.
I mean, it's like, why
in a
didn't
minute.
ISOM give her a right cross? Oh, that's right. She's the female, and we can't do that. You know, it's...
And why is Alpha Core showing up to fight her if she's there fighting some kind of like monsters that are attacking?
Yeah, and they're just sitting around with their arms crossed. It's like, what?
Like, yeah, wouldn't you step in and help her? Like, wouldn't you be like, oh, thanks, ma'am. Like, thank you. You're obviously superpowered. We'll have that conversation after we fight these monsters that are like ravenous, hellish creatures attacking and killing civilians.
Unbelievable.
So, like,
no,
you know,
it seemed like a low effort attempt. I'm sorry, that was low. The animation looked fine. The voice acting was fine. It was low effort.
I mean, that's what I would have done if that's instead of spending, like, you spend a shitload of money on a live action trailer, I would have done that animated trailer
and extend it,
and then extended. Like, I would have put together like a whole trailer, right? I would have cut down to that, released it, and then when people first saw it, they're like, "What the fuck is this?" and then you give a little bit more, you know, kind of like how trailers work, and it's like, "Oh, okay, cool." And then you get the campaign launch, you're into the campaign, you release the whole like 2-minute animation, and people are like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna be fucking dope," you know?
Yeah.
Like, people are excited to get, but again, that like to me, it's kind of telling that when Eric July releases something there's so many people just going, what the fuck is this? Like, this looks dumb. This doesn't give us any. Because if you had a fan base and you weren't pissing people off all the time and they were constantly, leaving your, like, dropping your book or stop buying or purchasing or whatever, then people would be excited even if you gave them nothing. They'd be intrigued instead of, like rolling their eyes.
Yeah.
That's the difference. The attitude would be totally different. People would just, they'd be more excited. Like the Dillard artist that's working on the Yellow Flash comic book.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a clip of that where he showed off a little bit of like the behind the scenes, him doing the animation and like the initial character draw and it doing a transition into the character like suiting up and flying. And people are like, yeah, that's cool. It's literally just like a 5-second thing. But, people like the guy, and they're excited for the book. They're like, oh, sweet. You gave us literally anything. We're excited for it because we're excited to know more about this shit. Not, oh,
I'm just
great.
not excited. I mean, it didn't really showcase her powers the way.
Yeah.
So
I'd be curious to show that to someone. Like, I kind of wish William or Adam were still here because I don't think they know a lot about it, about what we're talking about. So I'd be curious to show it to them and just be like, hey, what do you think about this trailer? And then also show it to someone. Like, I think I know a couple people who are still on board with all the ISOM stuff and the Ripperverse stuff. I'd be interested to show it to them and get their reaction without saying anything. And just seeing what their take is on it. Because, obviously you and I, we've jumped ship like pretty much immediately. Like, that's a fucking waste of time. I'd rather be reading like Razor Fist graphic novel or Wrath of God or I picked. Yeah. Oh man, I picked up the issue 1 of the new Ultimate Spider-Man. That is a good comic. Like, it's worth the hype that people have been saying. The issue 1.
I've heard mixed reviews. I mean, just because from an action standpoint, like I heard by issue 4, it's nothing but sitting around talking. And I know the first issue has really no action in it.
Yeah, but it's developing the characters. Like, it to me, I guess by Hickman, right?
Yeah.
So it's like it's like I haven't read Spider-Man in a long time, and I'm picking up a Spider-Man book, and it's kind of familiarizing me with the Ultimate Universe, because it's still the Ultimate Universe.
It is.
From what I understand. It's familiarizing me with the slight differences it's a lot of world building, but it's good. It's not, there's nothing super gay that happens where I'm just like groaning the whole time and cringing. And I'm like, oh, this fucking sucks. Why are they doing this? Why is Aunt May acting like a dumb bitch? Something like that. It's just straightforward, which is why it's interesting to me. It's like, oh, great. I want to keep reading. It familiarizes me with this Spider-Man, and his uncle's still alive. It catches you up with, hey, this is what's going on in the world. Remember when this Tony Stark was fighting against this guy, and like the public thinks something totally different than what happened. And I guess Tony, or Iron Man Tony, left this Peter with a device. Oh no, it's not a device. It's he found the radioactive spider, and introduced it to Peter and was like, hey, this is who you were meant to be. But some, cosmic villain is fucking with our universe and tampering with stuff and making sure superheroes aren't created. So, and then Peter kind of feels it, and he's married to Mary Jane, and they have 2 kids, and it's, you see him actually being a father, and she's actually a supportive wife. Gasp. Oh my god. And he has a good dynamic with his uncle. And
they definitely they gave fans what they wanted. I think the big problem for me is that it's not Amazing Spider-Man. It's this Ultimate Universe, which is kind of like Bush League, and it's like that should be Amazing Spider-Man. It should be, because that is the flagship title of Marvel and has been since before we were born. And that series has gone in the shitter.
Yeah, I mean, I conceptual or principally I agree with you, but I'm not as invested, so I don't have the baggage of like. It's disappointing that they can't make the quintessential Spider-Man this Spider-Man. Like they have to do it. Reminds me of X-Men '97. Like no one's paying attention, and so they gave this Ultimate Spider-Man over here where they don't give a shit because they subverted and captured the regular Spider-Man. So they're like, fuck it, whatever, sure, you can reboot this Ultimate Spider-Man. And so they're like, whatever, you can't possibly quote unquote fuck it up to us, right? The retards who are running the ship. But then Hickman actually wrote a good Spider-Man. And so now everyone loves it. But I understand what you're saying. It's like, it's disappointing that, like, why didn't you just have him writing the regular Spider-Man? Why is this Spider-Man?
Why is Zeb Wells doing it instead? It's
right. And you're like, this could be the Spider-Man that we want, but it's an offshoot, and it's like Disney doing X-Men '97. It's like you could clearly tell they didn't give a shit about it. They're just like, oh, sure, you can bring this back, whatever. Because it's not like they promote it. You don't see it plastered all over Disney. I mean, I see it because I watch it, but it's not in commercials. It's not in YouTube videos all over the internet. Like they're not marketing in it. They fired the guy. They're made not even do the second season he wrote. So it's like, but that's what we like because it actually.
I mean, he wrote some of the second season, but then they said they're gonna make changes and be patient. So
so it's gonna suck, asshole.
Yeah, it's gonna be like I almost think they probably fired him for like, how dare you give the fans what they want?
Yeah,
You're out of here,
I would 100% believe that. Yeah, he probably didn't fuck it up.
You're black and gay. You should be, you can't do that,
Yeah, he probably didn't fuck it up. And because he didn't fuck it up, they're like, oh, well, obviously you're fired. Like you won't let us dictate to you what to do with this. It's like the show you created,
Yeah.
How dare you? Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. I believe that 100%. And then they fired it. And they're like, oh, well, I guess we have control over this too. So yeah, I don't expect good things for the second season, especially with all the goodwill it's won back from fans of the. Something that's interesting. I was talking to because again, like I don't have all the deep background knowledge of the X-Men going back, like I don't know, like 40 years at this point, more.
Yeah, I think it was in the 60s,
but I was at my buddy's birthday party, and it's great. He has like this whole room of collections of all kinds. He's got like drawers of back issues pulled out. I'm like, holy shit, that's great. And we were talking about the show, and him and another buddy, they were telling me how like their gripe of the show, one of their main gripes is how they're actually condensing a bunch of runs basically of X-Men, like really good runs, into almost episodes, like 1 or 2 episodes where they could be whole seasons.
Yeah.
And so they were like, but I actually appreciate that because you're using the source material and you're trying to find a creative way. Because I didn't see that. To me, the pacing was fine except for the storm, like the storm side quest. That was weird.
But they also screwed up Morph in a big way. And
they made him pretty OP, yeah. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure in the show, maybe not the comics, and they were saying that they pretty much combined him with like 1 or 2 other characters, and I was like, yeah, but I'm pretty sure even in the show he wasn't like able to get their powers like Rogue.
No,
he was more like Mystique.
Yeah, a lot. That's how it works.
So,
you're Mystique, but you don't get the powers. And Rogue can get the powers, but it's for a limited time, unless she really locks on to somebody and then she steals their psyche, like she did with Ms. Marvel. and then she permanently got Ms. Marvel's strength and
Yeah, but she
invulnerability and
like kills
flight.
them though. She like sucks the essence, their life essence
Pretty
out of
much, yeah.
them. But yeah, like Morph is but Morph got like some semblance of their powers because he like his power levels were cranked up because he was possessed by Mr. Sinister. But once he broke away from the mind control, he was basically like Mystique. That's how I remember it. And they did say something interesting where the cameo where he turns into the Hulk, I guess Jean was helping him, and I'm like, I didn't see that, but I guess that's what I was at. So it was, if that's the case, I applaud them. Kudos to them because they were doing it subtly, and we missed it because I don't know. I was just excited that they were in that battle scene, so I didn't know that he doesn't have the full power level of Hulk. But then there was that scene where he like morphs into fucking Cable and he pulls his gun out. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What kind of power is that? Where
I mean, he could literally morph into the Silver Surfer, and then that's it. He's God mode.
Right, exactly. And then he gets the surfboard too, right? Because he just gets their gear somehow. He just pulls it out of his butthole. So the morph thing was weird, to the point where it was almost like they did that as a plot device, because there were some sections where like Morph is pretty, because he seems pretty fucking OP compared to how we remember him. Like they're able to do stuff in some scenes they just otherwise couldn't.
Yeah.
So that was cool that they also had like they had Iron Man, Captain America as cameos.
Yeah, they had Spidey in there,
Spider-Man, Daredevil, a couple other characters I didn't recognize, but anyways,
it's good, and again with that Ultimate Spider-Man, we'll see what happens with Hickman, because I don't know how many issues it's supposed to last. I heard it was 6, but again, that was a rumor.
That's cool.
But
I'll buy the whole thing.
Hickman set up the whole X-Men Krakatora, whatever it's called, storyline. Then he was taken off the book and they ruined it. And
modern Krakoa storyline.
Yeah.
The fucking dog shit.
Yeah. Well, he set it up and actually had potential, and then he was taken off the book, and it went to dog shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, where it devolved into a bunch of, like, I guess, raves and talking about people's feelings and walking around the island and having gay weddings and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I actually bought the run. It was Fantastic Four and X-Men. Now, I bought the original run back in the 80s, Fantastic Four, and it was brilliant. It was such a good thing. Basically centered around trying to save Kitty Pryde, because her molecules were starting to dissipate, and they had to save her. And they went to Mr. Fantastic, and he went to Dr. Doom. It was brilliant. And there were fights. It was cool, and then you had this run, which your boy Zach recommended. That's why I bought it. And it was nothing. There were no fights between anybody. It was 4 issues of just blah, 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 blah. No fights between the Thing and Wolverine. No fights between She-Hulk and Rogue. It was like, what? And that's really where comics are going, where they're just taking out the action, and that's what people want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Of course. A superhero comics.
Yeah. I don't want
that's
people just talking at dinner.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I mean, if that's how the Ultimate Spider-Man run ends up going, like I could see that there would be less action, because it's kind of becoming a mystery, where you're gonna have Spider-Man gets his powers back basically in the end of the first issue. So I'm
Right.
guessing the action in that run will be mostly montages of like, hey, here's all the things he's doing now that he's got his powers. Oh, but oh, look there, he's actually kind of tripping up and fumbling because he's technically a new Spider-Man. He hasn't been Spider-Man for, since he's in his teenage years. Like, oh, look, that's funny, haha, right? And then you have a new Green Goblin, of course, and everything. And so it'd be like kind of a retelling of him and the Green Goblin, but you kind of
well,
so
like John Delarose did a review of issue number 4, and he said it really is, the whole issue is Peter and Mary Jane having dinner with Harry Osborn and Gwen Stacy and talking and eating the whole issue.
But is it because there's tension and
I don't know.
Peter and Harry are like, yeah. Well, see, and that's the thing. I'm gonna read it because I'm excited. I'm actually excited about reading Spider-Man.
Okay.
So I'm gonna read it, and I'll let you know. But I could see that if it comes to a point where Peter finds out that Harry is the new Green Goblin, or vice versa, and it's really fucking tense because they're having dinner and they're trying to be polite, but they could try to kill each other in any minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that I would read.
That could be interesting.
So that could be interesting. Yeah.
I didn't get into the P's and Q's of it, but I'll probably wait for trade paperback and then probably get it. And
sure, yeah, because if it's only 6 issues, like the trade should be all 6.
And again, that's what I've heard. It could be more. I mean, it's pretty successful, so maybe.
Yeah, I imagine if anything, we'll get a longer run than like the modern 6-issue run. Cancel it on issue 4, and quietly don't come out with the other 2. It wouldn't be this one because this has sold a shitload. Like, it's only been out for like since the beginning of the year,
February.
Like February, and
something like that.
And I think the one I picked up from the shop is like the 4th print run, 4th or 5th,
probably.
Yeah. So they're selling tons of these. So, and I actually kind of sad. I'm like, man, I stopped buying a lot of modern issue 1s first printing because I was like, I'm not just gonna be a fucking speculator and just keep buying issue 1s and never reading the book or anything. And then of course this one does well. I'm like, I don't want to spend $100 on issue 1. You know what I mean? Like,
we'll see how it goes though. I mean, those numbers can come down too. So, but because I mean, there's rumors, and I think Shane Davis did a video and John Delarose did a video of that. They may be dumping Marvel, Disney, and just basically licensing shit out based on certain job descriptions and positions that they have. So even though this issue is selling very well, I mean, in the hundreds of thousands, really, it sells over 100,000 per issue, but it's still not saving them.
For sure. Like, I mean, every other title they have sells in the thousands, Yeah.
6 or 10 or whatever.
It's abysmal. So, yeah, I mean, they're already doing that with the artist, right? Like, they're licensing out covers to, stores. Started with stores like brick and mortar. And they'd have like like a store exclusive. Now you could basically just have a website. You just pay them a certain amount of money, or you get with an artist. The artist pays, and then you have your own cover. So really, anybody could get a cover.
Yeah.
So.
But I think the day. So and Ethan predicted this a long time ago with DC that they're just going to license things out. And normally when people predict stuff like this, but when people like Ethan or Shane, who've actually worked at those companies, start talking about this stuff, my ears prick up.
It's worth listening to.
They've been there. They know the ins and outs. And Shane Davis just did a video based on a job listing of what
Oh,
Marvel may do, and it's about 12
Like
minutes.
I'll have to go watch it. Like, is the job title like license manager or something?
Yeah, something like
third
that.
party licensing
Yeah,
director.
it's yeah.
Maybe I should apply. Just kidding. That would be
Yeah,
funny.
but you know,
Sweet. So we could license your favorite Marvel character.
well, they were doing IDW was doing Spider-Man comics not too long ago.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, yeah. People who are younger wouldn't know, but yeah, relatively recently they were doing. I mean, setting aside just crossovers, that kind of stuff. They were. I mean, the last time Marvel was about to go bankrupt, like in the '90s, right? And then, I mean, even now you have people licensing out. Like it's not typically comic publishers licensing out their own characters, but you have Transformers, GI Joe,
like Hasbro. So Hasbro,
Hasbro
took it from. They took Transformers and GI Joe away from IDW because they weren't doing it right, and basically gave them to Kirkman Studio, and they're flourishing. And I think the only thing IDW has left is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It seems like they're doing a pretty good job with that.
They do a pretty good job with that, yeah. But I think also the reason they do a good job with that is because the people who've been working on Ninja Turtles for a long time are influencing Ninja Turtles. It's not like they're just handing the IP to somebody and then they're like, okay, good luck. Good luck with
some
writing.
diversity hire who
some fucking dipshit, that draws 3 asses on someone. Some fucking dipshit diversity hire is like, oh, I guess I'm in charge of writing Turtles now.
They come up
G.I.
with stuff
Joe.
like The Last Ronin and stuff like that, and those really sell very well. But that's really all IDW has. Again, Hasbro owns a lot of this stuff, and they're going to give it to somebody who can actually sell it.
Yeah, like who wrote The Last Ronin?
I don't know who wrote it, but it was produced by IDW.
Yeah,
all those Last Ronins, and those are actually, I guess they're probably going to be valuable. I didn't pick
for
them
sure.
Up, so, yeah,
I did. Oh, Kevin Eastman.
All right.
So, and Peter Laird. Yeah. So that literally the co-creators who created Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are still involved in TMNT.
Yeah.
So like they actually have direct oversight. So that's the only reason why, they're basically just using IDW like the equivalent of Image. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we're gonna publish Ninja Turtles to you guys. Cool, okay. Like here, print money. Okay. But yeah, all these other IPs like
But see, it took for them to get from being a legitimate stock to being a penny stock to being unlisted off the stock exchange for them to get to that point. Like they crashed and burned. I still have no idea how they're still in business. And again, they've had GI Joe taken away from them, and they've had Transformers taken away from them because they couldn't do that shit right. And Hasbro said, "That's it, man. You're not making us money. We're going to give it to somebody who can."
Yeah, exactly. But Hasbro, but for, I guess, circling back to the Marvel thing, because Hasbro, they're just IPs, and then it's like, hey, you're a comic company, make comics for our IPs.
Right.
But for a comic company that creates characters for comic books to then hand them to people and be like, hey, we fucking suck at writing comics for our own character.
We have Heather Antos, man. We don't know what we're doing here.
Just fire these retards. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
We don't want to get sued, but we can't fire her. We don't want to get sued.
Oh my god. So your idea is to literally outsource your characters to third parties who can write them better than your own fucking employees because you're worried about some retarded bitch suing you over, I guess, sexual discrimination or something.
Yes. Yeah.
Because so that's your brilliant fucking move, like your brilliant strategy. It's instead of just like, I don't know, firing these fucking useless people.
Well, she probably has a lot
Jesus
of fucking
Christ.
dirt on simps there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they're owned by Disney. Like
What?
Marvel is owned by Disney.
Yeah,
Like Disney could just restructure the whole company.
they could.
They could come in and be like, okay, and they could do it as cold as ice. They could just be like, okay, are your books like what's his name? The guy who was running Marvel. Was it who's the old editor in chief? Was it Ike Perlmutter? No, it wasn't Ike Perlmutter.
You're in chief of Marvel?
Yeah, and Marvel,
Jim
who is like
Shooter?
Jim Shooter. Yeah, he was famously, people were like, "Oh, this guy's an asshole," but that was like the most profitable Marvel had been, or had, yeah. Like you could go in there and be like, "Okay, is your book profitable? No, you're fired." Like, what's the last thing
Yeah,
you
but
worked on? You're fucking
They
fired.
don't think they're
Just
doing
clean
anything
house.
wrong. That's the thing, and they don't want a Jim Shooter because a guy like that's a dinosaur. He wouldn't exist in a modern office today. So I mean,
Yeah, but look at the guy who.
yeah, they'd rather just lose money and push their bullshit and propaganda. I mean, Ethan used to talk about when he would turn in his art. Some people used to drop kick it. Like he would turn into the editor. The editor would be like,
That's
"What's
fucking
this shit?"
hilarious.
And would kick it. He would kick it across the
Fucking
room.
punt it.
Yeah,
That would be
Yeah.
hilarious. God, I wish.
yeah.
I want those days. But
I mean,
what if,
that was men being men,
Yeah.
working
Well,
with
exactly.
men. Those days
Exactly.
are gone. They're gone. Everybody's
Well,
got to
not
be
for
the sensitive
us.
pussy. No,
Not
not,
for
for
us.
us. But
which is good. But what about, okay, who's that guy, David Laslov or whatever? When the merger, or the AT&T who Discovery bought Warner and got DC,
right, yeah.
and then he came in and he came in and fired a bunch of people and like axed a bunch of projects that were going on, and they were talking about doing a restructure of DC. Like, that guy is a hardcore, I don't give a shit CEO. Like, he
Well,
doesn't give a shit about the politics of DC.
I used to think the same way, but then it was announced like less than a year ago that they were bringing in DEI consultants. So
Oh,
I
Well.
really don't know. Again, I can't get a read on it. I was in the same boat, and then I read an article that they're getting DEI people, and they're same with Nintendo when it comes to video games. I used to think, all right, Nintendo's never going to cave, and then 6 months ago, I said, yeah, they're getting DEI consultants in Nintendo.
well, that's true. When you consider that they're just scamming money from the government. I mean, the DEI is just a giant fucking scam. It's just a racket. Like, it's just free money from, which sucks because we ultimately pay for it. Unless people please fucking defund your Vanguard and BlackRock. Like, just go into your 401k and put it anywhere else. Like, please stop funding this shit.
Is that even after Zaslav took office, they slashed it. You know, they killed a bunch of projects like Batgirl and shit like that. But DC Comics got worse. That's when they brought in the gay Robin and the gay Superman and stuff like that. Maybe he never got to that part or whatever. But DC Comics just went full left and full
retard.
Full retard, yeah. So I really don't know.
Do you want to watch this YouTube video? What's the link? Okay.
Like, give me a minute. I'm gonna just use the facilities here.
Okay. Do-do-do. All right, it's just me right now, folks. Let's see what do we talk about? Maybe I'll take this minute to shill some Shattermare Comics. That's what they call us. Shattermare Comics. So look, everybody, check it out. We got issue 9. Issue 9 is available now. So you get cover A, or you can get cover B, and you could get trade, or you can get the full art, the virgin covers. Man, those are some beautiful covers right there. Pretty sweet. Yeah, I like that one. So you get Hardly Heroes, and it's it's available. And we got all the back issues. So, in fact, I'm about to get a fresh batch printed from the printer. So we have our back issues ready for Heroes Con. For all you guys, my Florida people, if you're going to Heroes, we'll see you in Charlotte, North Carolina in June. Pretty stoked about that. Oh man, I didn't have this added to stage the whole time. Man, what a fucking dumbass. Anyways, yes, here's issue 9. Boom. Virgin, full art, trade, cover B, and cover A. This was the one-off that we did with Josh Menendez as the artist. And then I don't think Adam really went into it when we had him on earlier, but Adam is also the new artist on Hardly Heroes, starting on issue 10, as well as Victor. So we're really excited to have him start. He's doing some cool stuff. And we're also gonna play around with the colors too. Oh man, it's gonna be like a whole new comic book. It's gonna be great. Let's see what else we got. That we've got. Oh man, check this out. Boom, Hardly Heroes Volume 1 Digital Edition. If you guys want to read the book, but you're like, man, I don't want to order this sweet, fat, thick book. I'm just shilling some Hardly Heroes stuff while you were gone. I was telling the folks at home listening that we've got Hardly Heroes Volume 1 Digital Edition for $15. What a deal. That's half the price of the physical. So, anyways.
And that's something Eric doesn't offer is digital access. I guess maybe for certain reasons, but there is a market out there for digital comics.
Yeah, it's a huge market. All the people who read like webtoons, comics, and subscribe to digital like manga. If anyone subscribes to like digital Marvel or DC anymore, but yeah, there's a lot of
I know
comics.
Luke. He likes to take his on the road, so he
bring a tablet.
Digital comics,
Yeah, and it's an easy way to support creators. Like if you're, especially, honestly, it's probably the best option if you don't live in the United States or like North America, because you're going to pay crazy shipping prices nowadays. Like I remember, man, when we did the pre-order campaign still for the volume, and I think someone ordered one. Was it Sweden? It's like Sweden or Australia, and the shipping was it was like $45-$50. It was so much. So and I was like, man, I'm sorry, but like I've gotta, is this okay? Like, do you want me to refund you? And they're like, no, shit. I'm like, oh well, thank you, I appreciate it.
It costs more for the comic or more for the shipping.
Yeah, more for the shipping than the comic.
Yeah.
So if you're really interested in reading something, then yeah, might as well just get the digital copy. So, but anyways, so which one of these do you want to watch?
Well, I think John's is shorter. It's around 7, maybe 8 minutes.
Okay, cool.
and it's
Yeah,
more
let's do that one.
concise, but it shows the job listing. I think he was
perfect.
on it first, which is the one below the last one I linked.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Let's watch this, and then I think it's gonna be my bedtime. Just getting through this and pausing it in between will probably take like 20 minutes anyway. So, all right. Am I sharing? Yes, I'm sharing. Perfect. Want me to full screen this?
I don't feel so good, MCU sisters. It looks like the feminizing of Marvel is going to be taking a much bigger toll on the company than we even thought before. I've got some pretty new information that a lot of people.
Oh, look, they actually have a banner thing here for X-Men 97. So there you go. Proven wrong.
Have not seen yet. It actually comes from a job posting that shows that there's going to be huge ramifications.
Oh, this is because this is Marvel website. That's why. So not Disney. Okay.
For what they're doing here.
He's not a fan of 97.
Agatha all along.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Yeah,
No.
whatever.
Is the new Disney Plus show spinning out of the WandaVision show, and a character nobody wanted, a character nobody asked for, another bastardization of a character who was actually great in the comics and very different. But the MCU rolls along.
I like his I don't know, his mannerisms. I don't know what you call it, like his voice and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know how long
He'll
this
get into his plugs before he gets into the actual article.
over at Disney that they're going to be
okay.
slowing
Should I
down
skip ahead?
this, like doing maybe one series in LA. And I have a newsletter, and I coming
join
out
my
of mine
news.
and all that. Really picks up after that, but you can kind of get involved
cool.
there, and then grab the rest of the
Like
series if you
steampunk?
want to just check things out. New York, Marvel Studios. Just sign up. I'll put that link in the description
okay,
below,
here we go.
along with a bunch of other ways to support the channel. Really appreciate you guys for coming in hard and being there.
Yeah,
So let's
go
look at this job
go join that
location.
newsletter, guys.
job posting from Marvel after all their layoffs. New York, Marvel Studios posted May 20th, that's yesterday. Publishing Operations Analyst is a supporting role within the Publishing Strategic Planning Group. Alongside the Manager, Publishing Finance and Operations. This
You know I'm laughing out loud because I literally could apply for this role.
Yes, you could.
I literally could. Like, no joke. I joked about that earlier because I just made up some title, but I literally could. I mean, I'm not gay enough. I guess
You
if I
could
said I'm a,
work there.
I guess
You wouldn't
yeah.
last.
Well, if they let me work there remote, I'm not moving to that fucking hellhole. God damn, I'm not living in New York. And then I put like I'm a trans woman, I'd probably get the job, honestly.
position will help
I'll support
maintain
that.
key budgeting
Yeah.
processes for Marvel's print
jobs for
publishing
trans women.
business. This role will also be responsible for coordinating the weekly print run process, coordinating sales, distribution, ops, and manufacturing to relay final print quantities and obtain necessary approvals. Moreover, the role will be the go-to source for all ad hoc print modeling and analysis.
So you know what's funny about this? This has nothing to do with what we were talking about. This actually tells me something else, which is equally hilarious. Is assuming this is a new job role, right? Like they're not just replacing somebody that was in this role before.
Mhm.
Holy fucking shit. That means they had to create this role because no one knows what the fuck they're doing. Like no one actually knows what they're printing, what they're budgeting, and what they're publishing and what they're selling.
Yeah, and I think in Shane's video he goes more into that because he
Holy
was
shit.
in the industry. But this is a more concise. I'm not sure. Again, I didn't watch all of this.
Don't tune
let's
out.
just watch.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
Okay.
Let's just
Okay.
watch.
I know it's a little slow, but we're going to get to
Oh my god, this is literally what I do, but not comics. I could actually get this job if I said I started an indie publishing company and I am also an analyst.
I thought you'd enjoy this.
I did enjoy this. Thank you so much. I'm so glad we should have looked at this earlier. This is great. All right, let's watch.
why this is interesting. Build and maintain publishing forecast, title roll-up, initiate new project memo, manage the weekly print run
I think I like doing it better for Shattermare though. So,
process, regularly review and update cost information, including manufacturing, assemble and distribute monthly reporting package, including the top-selling titles, margin analysis, etc. Prepare analysis and roll-ups for all corporate.
Oh, they would hate me. Latest trends in the business.
More rainbow flags. Put
I
a
would be
chick
like-
in it. Make her gay. Make it lame.
It'd be like, Brian, what do you have as the latest trend analysis? I would say, it looks like manga is destroying us for like the 15th quarter in a row. I'd say you should probably but the thing what I would say, I'd have like a description, like a big summary typed up. It'd be like, based on their storytelling, their diversity of genres, and they'd be like, oh my god, he said diversity, we need more diversity. I'm like, no, the genres, like the stories. And they'd be like, so what you're saying is we need to hire more Asian artists? And I just feel like I'd slap my fucking face and then I'd walk out. I'd be like, no.
Maybe like a horror comic or something like that.
Yeah, anything. You know what? They're doing the let's watch the rest of this also.
Finance budget, support ad hoc P&L and reporting needs across print publishing. Now, the reason this is really interesting is not that this is just a publisher job and a editorial job for a comic book company.
It's not an editorial
The reason this is
job.
interesting is it's not Marvel Comics, it's Marvel Studios. So it looks to me like Marvel Comics has screwed the pooch so badly that they are possibly being folded into Marvel Studios as a whole, and they're cutting the division of the comics because it is such a disastrous performer. Otherwise, why would they have this in here? Why would they label this like this? It's no secret that comics have been in a major, major problem.
Oh, I can tell you why that is. Because Marvel Studios is probably the corporate entity. So, like, I'm sure you know this, William, but I'll just mention this for the listeners at home if they're not in the corporate world. Most of your operations are like segments of a business. So, like, for example, my day job, they're actually different companies altogether. So this might not be the case with Marvel Publishing and Marvel Studios, but it's all Marvel Studios. And so Marvel Studios is going to have a corporate office in New York, and all of their operations for the comic publishing is going to roll up into the studios, along with the films and any other things that Marvel's producing. Like, what other division are they going to have? Merchandise, like licensing, right? Toys, all that shit.
Yeah, but
So,
and I think Shane goes into more detail.
Let's watch Shane's video then after this, because I hate to say it, but this guy is actually. I mean, I disagree because I think he's reading into this too much. Like, this doesn't tell me anything. He's just turning a random job posting for an analyst role into like, this is why Marvel's failing. But if you understood the corporate structure, it would make sense. Like, I don't know, it makes total sense to me. I don't know, we'll see. Hold on.
Over the last several years, it used to be
like he hasn't brought anything up to me that proves his point, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Like, he hasn't proven that to me. He's just grasping at straws.
That there were like 3,000, 5,000 stores that were comic book stores. There's a lot labeled that these days, but most of them sell toys or other products or games. And, they might carry some comics for some people who pre-order them and the like. But at this point, retailers are telling me there's only about 500 stores left that are true comic book stores that are carrying comics and actually have a broad selection of them. With such a decline in the market and with sales declining across the board, we had a bad 2023. Even the mainstream shills over at Comics Beat are starting to say it's actually true. Even people like Chip Zdarsky, who's writing Marvel's major event right now, which nobody's reading, is saying that there are.
Is Marvel's major event the Blood Hunt or whatever it's called?
Honestly, I don't know at this point.
Okay, because there's something.
But Zdarsky's not a bad writer when he's on his game.
Well, there's an event going on right now, and it's like the Marvel's equivalent of like DC Black Label, and there's actually like gore and like not kiddie Marvel stuff. So that kind of seems interesting. I mean, it's more of a departure. I don't know if it makes it good or not. You know, could just be like a novelty thing. Like, oh, look how edgy we could be.
Or problems with the comic book industry, the people aren't buying, and so it makes sense to then fold positions and lay off a division. And so that's what I see coming right here. This is wild because I always thought that DC Comics was going to close first.
Yeah.
We have Zaslav and Warner Brothers looking over DC's shoulder. And we thought, you know what? They probably will be the ones to go out of business before Marvel does. Marvel's got Disney as a giant crazy thing, and they've got the MCU. Marvel's sales are better than DC's generally. But look at this. This is wild. It looks like they're done for. It looks like once this job is filled, this is going to be a Marvel Studios position from now on, and comics are going to be a secondary market to the films and the movies. This is interesting. So it might actually change the whole publishing dynamic and change everything to where they're just promotional.
Yeah, it's been like that for years at this point. Yeah, it's been like that for years.
They're an IP farm, and Bob Iger has said that in his last conference call. They're IP farming.
Yeah, and whoever, whether it was Disney approaching Marvel or Marvel approaching Disney, or they came to, they talked and came to a mutual understanding, it's in Marvel's interest for Disney to buy them because now they have someone paying for all their losses. They could keep making shitty comic books, and they can make shitty storyboard concept scripts for Disney,
Yep.
Or I guess I should say quote unquote Marvel Studios because they made movies technically before Disney bought them.
They're just going to merge the MCU with Marvel Comics. That's basically what they've done.
Yeah, but technically they produced movies before Disney bought them. Not that many, but so I don't know.
Projects for the films and movies. Interesting. I don't know who else is going to report on this. This is really,
but that's like saying, because technically, Shattermare Comics is now a doing business as name. It's not the real name of this company. This company is Shattermare Media, like legally, but we make comics right now. But there's
like movies or
if they're right, if it gets to the point, I'm just thinking forward, like if it gets to the point where if we can do that, it can branch out and do that kind of stuff, it's going to be in different segments, different divisions. So I would rather be a media company than just, hey, we're comics. Like obviously comics is a part of that. It's a division under like a bigger umbrella. But that'd be like saying, oh, hey, these guys, Shattermare Comics, they changed their name to Shattermare Media. Looks like their comic company is dying. Like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, we started as a company, and now we're expanding into other kinds of media, other forms of media. Like, I wouldn't really be a comic company if I was publishing like metal albums, right? So
yeah,
really well.
So, look, no disrespect to John D, but he's kind of off the mark on this.
Wild stuff right here.
Yeah,
and
I'm not sure
exactly. I appreciate my source who gave me this.
I didn't watch all of Shane because
leave a comment down, have a free book, and check.
Long, but we can check it out.
Yeah, let's skim through it. Let's skim through it. I mean, it's only 14 minutes.
He's actually in the business. He worked for
Marvel
for. Not that John Delarose isn't. He is. I mean, he was a reporter. He worked for Bleeding Cool or Bleeding Fool or one of the, I don't know. I get them mixed up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but John Delarose is I don't want to say lazy. That's not the right word. It's like it's a slow news cycle. Like now that we do YouTube,
he's kind of connecting dots that
like now that we do YouTube, it's easier for me to see this because we have to prepare shit to talk about. Like we can't just hop on a live stream and just talk about basically nothing. Like, we should at least like have some stuff prepared. We should try to come up with some kind of format and structure that's interesting for people to listen to, and like you would want to come back each week. Anyways, I say all that to say that he clearly wanted to talk about Marvel and how they're doing shitty and they're getting worse and worse and worse. And then he had the Agatha show, and then he's like, oh, what else can I talk about? And so he found that job posting because that's what people are talking about. But that job posting isn't relevant to the other thing he's talking about, which is, hey, look at this Agatha show. It's another example of shit Marvel doing that no one gives a shit about. And that's the reason why they're dying. Like, it's like he just came up with a couple of things to talk about to get a 10-minute video, out so he could stretch it out for the algorithm and upload it. And it's like, that's kind of lazy. Like, just talk about what you want to talk about and then fuck off. Like, we're at what, like the 3-hour mark? Once we're done talking about this video, we're done. Like, I'm not doing it because I'm trying to hit 3 hours. If we didn't have anything to talk about an hour and a half ago, we'd have been done.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of how we do it on Topicless,
Yeah, exactly. So anyways, let's watch this one. We can kind of jump around a little bit.
Marvel, not so good, though. There was a job listing. I think I first heard Neon from Clownfish bring this up in another video that, not exactly on this, but it was brought up. And I was like, where the hell is this job listing at? And then I saw this on Fandom Pulse. There's some speculation here, but it's actually grounded
there you go.
with a healthy amount of paranoia. Okay, so comic sales we've talked about on this channel, they're kind of, nobody really knows what comics are selling. Why? Because the distribution has been busted up so much between Penguin and Random House.
Oh, John Belarus has his own blog, or?
Well, he was a journalist for Bleeding Cool, and I don't know if he still works for them. I don't think he does.
But now he's a contributor to these guys?
Yeah, he still does journalism, and so...
Gotcha. Okay. So now he's going to reference.
It's a reference, and I think Shane is going to do a deeper dive because, again, he's been there.
Okay. Well, I'm ready for it.
Him and Yanzi, they know their shit.
Well, because so far I do agree with Shane, which is the fact that it's funny that there's such little information about the industry that these guys have to hire a fucking analyst to actually figure out what the fuck they're even making and selling. I think that's hilarious, and that's the story, right?
Because they're trying to cover so much shit up, is how badly they're getting their ass kicked by manga.
Yeah, well, they just don't even know. Like, they're so fucking dumb and so bad at running the company, they don't even know. So they're like, oh my god, we need to hire an analyst and figure this shit out because we're a fucking retard. We're a bunch of fucking retards. Like, driving a sinking ship into a fucking... whatever, you get the analogy.
House and Diamond and stuff like that nobody has a really good gauge because they're all in different fields pretty much of distribution, and publishers don't really release their numbers only if they're wanting to brag. Nobody's really bragging right now about any comic sales. So Marvel, and this is interesting, it looks like there's a job listing for somebody to come in and actually see what the sales analytics
from the
are
new
for
Spider-Man.
Marvel Comics.
Spider-Man.
Why would that happen? You're like, Shane, that's crazy. Why would somebody just must have quit? No. You have to understand, Disney owns Marvel. Disney bought.
I mean, that is true. Someone could have just quit. I mean, that you can't discount that. Like, they could have. They could just be hiring that person,
or they fired him. Whatever.
Or they fired him, or that person moved to a different role or became the manager. I mean, that shit does happen in companies. It's not like they're, I don't know, whatever.
Marvel, and Fox, and a bunch of things just because they wanted the media rights, because they were going into streaming, and basically, in the case of Disney, they wanted that teenage boy demographic. And what better things to buy than things like Star Wars, than things like Marvel, and then over time, they're like, what if we put dresses on all?
Yeah, but they're buying a bunch of boy brands and then feminizing them, like making them effeminate, and so shocker, you're driving away all of your boys, boy customers,
and they're doing
characters.
Go ahead.
What's that?
No, they did doing that with movies. There was all kinds of articles this weekend of like, why is Furiosa failing, and why it's because nobody's going to movies because they suck. They've sucked for 10 years because you're pushing.
Now everyone's apathetic.
So maybe it is good. Maybe you might make a good movie, but people are just snake bit.
Right, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to be dog shit. And the funny thing is, I've heard that movie is pretty good, and it's not even like a lot of these movies are total dog shit. It's just that women aren't going to see Mad Max, a Furiosa story. Like, what the fuck are you talking? I don't like.
Yeah, and for
these
men,
people are brain dead.
Like, I could rent The Fall Guy right now for $6.99. So, and it just came out a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Furiosa, I'll be able to rent that if I want. I didn't like the first one, so I'm not
Yeah,
going to.
you could watch Madam Web.
Yeah. Like,
you could watch, X-Men 97. I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's just not worth it.
Yeah, but it's you know how brain dead these people are. They're so disconnected from their own. Like, even if they applied their own, so they're like, okay, we have to have more women in things. Women need to see themselves in movies in order to relate to the character. Well, men aren't that much different. Like, yes, men and women are pretty much opposite. So men, obviously, like, they're, they lean towards like predominantly masculine things. Like, I don't want to see fucking Furiosa shooting people. I want to see Mad Max.
Yeah, if they did a grizzled Mad Max movie with Mel Gibson, like Old Man Logan, that thing would be an event.
Just like Logan. Yeah. If they did Tom Hardy and cut out, if they did Tom Hardy basically in this movie without Furiosa and had him and her, and obviously like they had to rewrite it so he's not one of the wives of Immortan Joe or whatever, like that would be that people would like that. It's that simple. Like, it's really that simple. Like, men also like to see themselves in movies. It's just not in the way that women like to see themselves. Women they want to literally see as close to themselves as possible. Like, men are okay with seeing an idealized man, but we still like men doing men shit. Like, I don't understand why that's so hard for these fucking brain dead retards to understand. like, no, you're gonna go see women.
No, because they want to change everything. That's why.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm just saying that's the irony of. I'm saying that's the irony is like, if they just apply their own logic, but their logic is no, you should go see more women. It's like, but we want to see men, just like women want to see women, right? But women don't actually want to see this, so you should see it. But I don't want to see it either. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, but you need to support women and be a simp.
No, and 72% of the audience that did go see it were men.
Yeah, of course.
There you go.
Even if you like, I'm actually shocked that the statistic isn't higher. Like, I'm surprised that I guess like simp men who want to go see it and a bunch of like YouTube movie reviewers will see it, but and then try to convince their girlfriends or whatever. But I would, whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, yes, the vast majority, which 70-something% is a significant majority, are going to be men, and that's. But then, like, what men actually went to go see it? Almost none, because the box office sucks, right? So of the people who actually did see that movie, they were still men. They're just simps.
Yeah.
Basically, like, that's the only people seeing your fucking masculine women movie. It's just like, it's so simple. God damn.
If we mix it up a little bit, what if we SJW this shit? The Force is female. So after they've rode this horse off a cliff,
it's not SJW. They're just pandering to women. They're just they're corporate sims. Like, Shane, have you seen most of these guys? Like, go on LinkedIn. I just want anyone at home. You can do this at home. Just entertain me. Go to your browser, go to LinkedIn, and look at the CEO of Peloton. He's exactly what you think. Like, close your eyes, think about what that guy probably looks like. It's what you think, and then go Google images. Like, these are the guys who run this company. Like William said earlier, these are the simps who give these unqualified women jobs and fuck up their company.
Yep.
Because they want to smell a woman, or I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. But yeah, it's a bunch of corporate cucks.
Now they have to be like, yeah, did we ever want horses to begin?
Sorry, can I say that on YouTube? I guess it doesn't matter, whatever.
And what do horses actually sell? So Marvel, and we've talked about this in pre.
But yeah, William, did you know that women are like 80% of the consumer market?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course.
So that's why they're pandering to them.
Yeah.
That's why. Because companies are like they're.
But women don't spend their money on comic books, movies, and
Right.
video games as much as men do. They spend
Right.
money on clothes and Louis Vuitton.
Right.
And
That's the stupidity. But then retroactively, they have to try to shame men into buying the shit they try to pander to women because women aren't going to buy their shit.
yeah.
So that's why that's like, if anyone's wondering why does this shit happen like this, that's it. It's that simple. They're like soy boy CEOs.
Women aren't interested in Rambo movie for the most part, but they'll go with their boyfriend to see a Rambo movie, but then the boyfriend has to go to them to see a Jennifer Aniston movie. You know, that's just how it was.
Yeah,
back
and
in the day, you know, you go see a romantic comedy with your girlfriend, then let's go see Blade. You
Right.
know,
and in both of those situations, most of the time the guy's paying.
in all those situations, the guy not
Right.
most, all.
Sure, yeah, I agree. You're right. My bad. But the reason no one's going to the movies nowadays is because guys have stopped paying for that.
Oh,
That's your answer.
They don't even make date movies anymore. They don't.
No. Well, yeah, maybe unless like the cheap, shitty horror movies with jump scares, those are like the date movies.
Yeah, but they don't make it. They don't make the date movies like they used to.
No,
the Sandra
that's true.
Bullock and the Jennifer Aniston and stuff like that.
Well, they're straight to Netflix because women stay at home and watch TV and get fat all day.
Yeah,
that's what they do. So again, people aren't going to the theaters because men aren't taking women to go see shitty movies they don't even want to see.
Dating's dead, man. we can go on a MGTOW all day long. I mean,
I don't want to turn this into a late night red pill show.
I don't want to turn this into TFM's greatest hits.
No, but we gotta have TFM on it at some point. I want to talk to him about Warhammer 40K because he knows a lot.
Sandman on too.
Sure, yeah, I knew those guys, but I think it'd be cool to talk to TFM about not even like red pill, just Warhammer stuff because he knows a lot about Warhammer. He even started doing like mini painting videos a little while back recently.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know a lot about Warhammer, the fantasy role-playing game, not the miniature game.
Well, like they did. Are you talking about not Warhammer 40K, but Warhammer?
Yeah, Warhammer fantasy role-playing.
Oh, okay. I actually know. Well, I mean, I know very little about basically Vermintide. What I've played of Vermintide, that's as much as the fantasy Warhammer I know. But I know more about the 40K lore. But I don't know a lot about the lore though. Okay. And I've never actually sat down and played a game of minis. Like I've never added up. I've never built like a certain point, like 1,000-point army. And went to a shot. Oh, ironically,
that's kind of where like D&D came from. It came from like this wargaming battle chess.
Yeah.
That Gygax and those guys would play.
Right.
And then they made
because they even had D&D minis.
Extension.
Yeah, they even had D&D minis.
Yeah, I have those. The pewter minis.
I got a
fuck. I got a whole box full.
All right, remind me next time. You reminded me of something that I posted in the Discord for the live show that I didn't pull up, but I want to show you next time.
Okay.
It's interesting. It's about the guy who created Magic the Gathering.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, having him on to talk about Warhammer because it's nerd shit.
Sure.
Yeah, it's related
Yeah.
to this.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll reach out to him. I owe him an appearance on the show though because I feel bad I was supposed to
Oh
go
God,
on.
I would be beside myself talking
I was
to you.
well, yeah, but you're also in the same fucking time zone, so it's not like 4 o'clock in the morning when you're
Yeah.
getting. Anyways, I was supposed to go on and help him promote Lucas the Mucus when he did the signed copies, like the 12 copy, and I still feel bad about it because we had talked about it, we planned it. I was like, okay, at the 20th will work for me, and then I got caught at some stupid event I didn't even really enjoy being at, and then I had to get up literally at like 4 o'clock the next day to get ready and drive down to Kissimmee, like Orlando. So I would have been fucking wrecked. Like I had to go straight home and sleep. Anyways, I owe him an appearance, so I need to go on the show before I invite him. Otherwise, I, feel like an asshole. So, but yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah. Send me a link when you do.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, maybe I can get you on there to talk about Mercenary Guild stuff. But
all right.
What were we talking about? Anyways,
TV's video, right, Yanzi, that they're doing less and less media per year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no one's going to the movies anymore because there's a big date night thing and family thing, and men aren't taking out women because of all the equality bullshit and holding women to their words instead of their actions. And so no one pays for movies anymore. And women all
like this
pay for
weekend, Garfield actually rivaled Furiosa as far as total sales, and I think internationally Garfield did better because it is a family film.
Yeah,
and it's something you can take your kids to. You're not going to take them to Furiosa and people getting their fucking arms ripped off or some shit. So you take them to Garfield, and Garfield apparently it's Garfield like we all remember. I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, like the offshoot, like Puss in Boots, the Shrek.
Yeah, that was good.
That was great. Like I heard, like the Kung Fu Panda movies are actually good.
Kung Fu Panda 4 did very well. This Garfield movie, from a overall growth standpoint, doesn't look good, but it's already in the black because the budget was so low.
Yeah,
Sony
it's great.
Kept a very low budget, so it's already in the black. It's already Whereas Furiosa was 168, which means it has to make around 400 million. 400, 500 to break even. It's not going to hit anywhere near that.
Yeah, and see, that just proves my point. I didn't even know that Garfield was out and that it was doing better statistically.
Yeah,
but
it's neck and neck, but it's in the black because the budget was so low.
Yeah, because the budget's lower. It's on this crazy effects. What's his name directing like all these stunts and shit. Yeah, exactly. And it's animation. You just have voice actors. Like, there you go.
I think Chris Pratt was the voice actor, and he might have been the highest budget thing in the whole film.
Probably, yeah.
So.
Oh wow, he's doing the voice acting. Kind of makes me want to go see it.
I think he is. Look it up, but
yeah. So, thank you for proving my point. So, and actually, this ties kind of back into this analyst role. Like, you can hire someone; they can give you all the numbers at the end of the day. The numbers are just going to tell you logically what is, but you still have to understand the root causes behind this shit. And if you just show someone the numbers and all their takeaway is, oh, this bad, this number go down and up, it doesn't do fucking shit about shit. And if you actually understand why the numbers, that's why I would say I would get fired. Like they would fucking laugh me out of the building because I would come up and be like, look, I already know why intuitively this is happening. Here's the numbers that support all of my claims. But as soon as that runs up against the brick wall of their retarded ideology that they all have to
Yeah.
believe,
Okay.
then they'd be like, well, I don't care what the numbers say. It must be this. Like, go back.
You
You
couldn't
must
be
be
an
wrong.
accountant or anything
Okay.
like that. As soon as you hit them with numbers or facts, that's it. You're done. You're the enemy. F you.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
it's not
know.
going to change anything.
Yeah.
It's like it becomes a political issue. Like the facts aren't going to change everything on the ground. You'd actually have to change the culture and you'd actually have to address the root cause, and they don't want to do that. So this is just going to be a overpaid desk job where nothing really matters. So.
Yeah.
And it used to be what they want to say one new Star
Give
Wars
me a
movie
minute and I'll be
single
right
year.
back, but I can catch up.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
good.
Now I don't even think we know when the next Star Wars movie is coming out, if at all. So back to this topic about this new job position that seems to herald a bit of doom and gloom for Marvel Publishing. Now, I want to point out here, though, the interesting part is that you are working for Marvel Studios here, and there'll be an explanation why it's Marvel Studios instead of Marvel Entertainment, which is what the publishing arm is. All right, but Marvel Studio published for this job.
William's not here, so that is interesting that they Yanzi does delineate that. I guess the publishing for the books is Marvel Entertainment, but this is for Marvel Studios, which would still not change anything if Marvel Studios is actually basically the corporate quote unquote office, the administrator, like the head office. Okay, I was just saying.
And I've seen this part.
Yeah, so what Yanzi says is apparently the publishing operations is Marvel Entertainment. And so Marvel Studios, so to them they say, okay, well it's the publishing company is not going to exist anymore because it's being rolled up into Marvel Studios. But that still doesn't matter if Marvel Studios is the umbrella. Like if Marvel Studios in the hierarchy or the.
But that is a form of downsizing.
No, it's not. No.
So.
Hold on. No. Let me explain. So if Marvel Studios in the corporate structure in the hierarchy is above the Marvel Entertainment, which means to say that Marvel Entertainment is the operational division that does all this is in Marvel Studios is the accounting department, the administrative department, the P&Ls, which is the corporate office. So
right.
this is
pushers,
the fucking bean counters.
The bean counters who take up all the money and offer very little.
Yeah, what was supposed to originally be the support structure of the operations, not the fucking whatever. But yeah, it's kind of been inverted. But yeah, like it's the same in my company. Like we're the corporate office, and then all the operational people that I actually work with, they work in warehouses all over the country in like different states. Like pretty much nobody that I actually interact with on a day-to-day basis works in Florida. So like, but all of their financials and what this talks about, P&L, which is profit and loss statement, they're all financial statements. They roll up into us, the corporate office, the admin people, the fucking bean counters.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
we really don't know how they run their stuff, but that's why I would listen to somebody like Shane and Yanzi because they've been there.
well, we can Google it. I mean, we can so what's the holding company? So Marvel Studios. So Marvel Studios, hold on. Is Marvel Studios the corporate office for Marvel Entertainment? Question mark. We're doing it live, folks. We're fucking doing it live.
We're doing it live.
So
This teleprompter sucks.
so Google says no. Well, it's not quite the answer, but it kind of is. Marvel Studios is a subsidiary of Walt Disney Studios, so that just means Marvel rolls up all their shit into Disney, and it's based at Walt Disney Studios, Burbank, California. However, Marvel Entertainment's corporate headquarters is located in New York City.
I used to live in Burbank.
Yeah.
This Armenian woman under me that used to have night terrors. Anyway, whatever.
So it says Marvel Studios was founded by Avi Arad. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Avi Arvad.
Avi Arad. Okay. As a part of Marvel Entertainment and began producing its own films in 2004. Kevin Feige has been the president of Marvel Studios since 2007 and Marvel's chief creative officer since 2019.
Yeah,
so,
Avi Arvad was really instrumental in all those animated shows like the Spider-Man and the original X-Men, and he worked side by side with Stan Lee. So anything with his name on it usually was pretty solid. I think he even worked on the original Iron Man movie and things like that. But I think once Disney took it over, he was kind of pushed to the side, and well, here we are.
So knowing that, this is a little more interesting when they call it Marvel Studios. So I guess the question is there, because it's Marvel Entertainment LLC, but in the job posting description they call it Marvel Studios. So I mean, that kind of lends some credence to what these guys are saying, because they're saying basically that, but okay, I mean, it's common sense, right? Like, the Marvel Studios that produces all the film and TV, that's way bigger than the comic book publishing. Well, duh.
Yeah. But I think they were separate. There was the MCU. The MCU was the division for the films, and then there was...
Well, the MCU is just what people called them, like the Marvel...
Cinematic Universe.
Universe. I'm sorry. Thank you. It's getting late here. The Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yeah, but that's not who was the company producing those. Who was producing those is their Marvel Studios division, which is their film production studio.
But I think Marvel Studios was separate from Marvel Comics, and I think now they're rolled up.
Yeah, but they would have been separate divisions. But they still would have been a part of Marvel Entertainment, which is the corporate,
of course,
headquarters.
Yeah.
So basically, they're just, over time, it's evolved to the point where, no, Marvel Studios basically is Marvel Entertainment.
Right, and that's where you probably won't get something in the comics that's separate from the movies. Now, basically, the comics are a direct IP farm, and whatever happens in those will happen in the films. You know what I mean? So they're not going to go back to old storylines or anything like that. I think Marvel Comics is going to just... Because one of our biggest complaints was like, well, it didn't happen in the comics. Well, now they're making all this shit happen in the comics, and then they're saying... well, it happened in the comics, so you have to accept it as canon. And I think this is all kind of part of that. Like, okay.
Yeah. Well, so this is what you're talking about, where Marvel Studios LLC was its own separate company. But this was back in 1993 to 1996.
Right, and that's when Sony bailed them out.
Yeah, so that would have probably been broken up and then kind of reincorporated when...
I think they sold off some things to Sony and some things to Fox.
And they went bankrupt. Yeah. And that's why they're separate rights from the comics, because they would have been film and TV. So that's kind of interesting. And that's why they're separate licensing rights, because it was actually a different company, I guess. But so now in the 2000s, Marvel Studios has been kind of taking over the majority of company, which makes sense. Like, obviously, you're making fucking billions of dollars on your MCU movies. until like the end of
You
phase
were.
3. Yeah, they were, but that's gonna. I mean, that's eclipsing the comics by, like, even in the heyday of the comics, they weren't making as much as they're started making on the MCU. You know what I mean?
No,
So,
yeah,
like,
comics are a bookmark. They don't make, even in the heyday, they don't make as much as $1 billion films. Not even close.
yeah,
$1 billion film will make as much in 1 year that the entire comic, a successful comic year will make.
right. Like, even all of the Ultimate Spider-Mans are not in a million years coming close to beating out the Spider-Man No Way Home film.
Yeah, I mean, even back
Even
in
that
the day,
worst
like
Spider-Man
when I
film.
was saying that they were selling 300,000 or 500,000, they were selling it 75 cents a piece.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, even if you
So-
account for inflation,
Right, but
I'm willing to bet you money that it didn't.
yeah,
Yeah. So, yeah. So this is just kind of like a natural evolution. Yeah. Like, of course, things are gonna, especially with Kevin Feige.
well, let's see what
So, oh yeah, back
Shady
to the
Auntie
video.
has to say, because again, they're insiders, and
Sure.
maybe they have more
was-
insight than John did.
Yeah.
Operations analyst. So the position will help maintain key budgeting processes for Marvel's print publishing business. They'll also be responsible for coordinating the weekly print run process, working across sales, distribution, ops, and manufacturing to relay final print quantities and obtain necessary approvals. It's also the go-to source for all ad hoc print modeling and analysts. So, in a nutshell, it's basically, for too long, we've been letting Marvel Comics just run unfettered. Now we want to see, actually, when they say, yeah, we're selling 100,000 copies of Spider-Man every month.
Yeah,
wanna know,
that's what I
okay,
was saying.
and
Like, they actually want to know what their numbers are now.
Yeah.
So,
how many of those are actually returned or extras that they print to give to retailers?
And pause it right here,
Strange.
real quick.
mhm.
So we talk about like fourth printing. You really don't know how many they printed in the first or second. Like the first printing, I think it sold way more than they thought.
yeah,
And
for
then
sure.
the second printing even sold out. So, but again, how many of those did they only print 100,000? Did they only print 50? You know, we really don't know. So, again,
Well,
you're
they still.
you're on the fourth printing, but it could still only be a total of 300,000 in sales. You know,
Right. I mean, they still kind of follow the philosophy of, like, however many we're printing, that's our run, right?
yeah.
Like, even though they can just print them digitally now if they wanted to, or on plate, like, it's not like it's a file. You know what I mean? It's not like they can't just print that same book like 600,000 more times. It's the same fucking book. It's not like it's gonna change.
Yeah.
Like, so the print run doesn't mean as much nowadays, but it's like the philosophy of, yeah, we expect to sell this many, sorry, that's our print run. Oh shit, we actually need to print more. Okay, well, that'll be the second print run.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway,
and obviously,
that's all I wanted to add to that. So,
yeah, and then obviously you want to build in the collector value, right? Like, okay, well, that was our first print run, so we're gonna change the number and redo it.
Hollywood accounting methods, basically.
Right.
They want to know exactly how many people are buying and reading this thing instead of just languishing somewhere or in some landfill.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give
for
an
sure.
example of that. When Matt Fraction's, I think, Defenders came out. Maybe I'm mixing the name up, but I'm pretty sure it was the Defenders #1 that Terry Dodson drew it. And I remember my retailer saying,
See, I'm here to keep all you motherfuckers on your feet. I'm holding you to the fire with my bitness knowledge, William. My knowledge of the bitness.
like, Marvel actually shipped me extra free copies of these. Do you want one? I'm like, why are you getting free copies? He's like, sometimes when a book hasn't got a lot of heat in it, Marvel will give me free copies that I didn't even order. So I either sell them and make money, or I just put them in people's bags for free, and then maybe you'll buy 2 or 3. The reality is Marvel's not that generous. What's actually happening is Marvel is printing and adding and fluffing up the numbers because they have to show their superiors, hey, this is our print number, that's our sales number. See, The reality is the tracking for sales in the American comic book industry is orders for the books, not what's sold. It's very important to this story, is what's ordered.
Right. That's why.
And that's what Zach has always said. He's like, you know, even when they did release the numbers, he would see 6 inches on the shelf on a Saturday. You know,
and that's why the important part of this isn't sales; it's across sales, distribution, ops, and manufacturing. Because if I come in and say, "Okay, we printed this many books, we sent this many to the distributors, we sold this many, you know, we got like these many buybacks or whatever, you know, we sent, or they sent this many damaged or refunds or whatever."
no,
And this
they don't do that anymore. That's the thing is they don't buy back anymore. At least through when Diamond got in the, that's what killed the 7-Elevens and the drugstores and supermarkets and spinner racks.
Well, but I've also heard of retailers like purposely damaging books, or like, oh, this box came damaged because Diamond's fucked up and they can't ship books appropriately, so we're gonna send these back and get a credit. Like, if the distributor's eating that, like, you best believe they're gonna pass that back to the manufacturer somehow.
Right, but here was the thing: comic books used to be called in the periodical section. And so let's say I'm a retailer. Let's say I'm Target and I buy 50 copies of Cosmopolitan and I sell 25 that month. I can take the 25 I didn't sell, tear the covers off, and send them back to the retailer, and then get a credit.
Right. That's exactly.
Comics used to do that. They stopped doing that in the 90s when Diamond got in the box, and that's why 7-Elevens, Long's Drugs, and all these other retailers, supermarkets stopped their spinner racks, because now it's basically you have to buy them at wholesale. If you don't sell them, you fucking eat it. And I know a comic store that took all of America's Chavez comics that didn't sell and had a bonfire at Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Right, but retailers will still try to be crafty and give them back to Diamond as like damaged or whatever, which means Diamond has to give them a credit or send them replacements, right? So that
right,
means
but
Diamond's
none of
eating
it comes back to Marvel. See, it used to go back to the publisher. So Marvel knew, okay, these issues aren't selling. We got to either improve things or whatever. But they got direct retailer.
Yeah, that sucks for Diamond then, because that means the responsibility isn't with the manufacturer; it's the distributor eats it.
No, Marvel and DC got knocked out. They stopped giving a shit. They sell them. They get their money, and if people don't like it, you go fuck yourself. And that's how it's been for a long time, and that's how it is right now.
But then Diamond's also going to have so many that they know, like, okay, we can expect to have to reship this many to retailers.
Well, why do you think Diamond went under? They went under. They had a monopoly, and they went under.
Margins.
You know?
Yeah. Well, yeah. But so, okay, well, let me think about this for a second. So, what I'm saying is, if I look at the manufacturing side and the sales side, so the sales side is what Shane's describing, where some smart guy is going to be like, oh, hey, distributor, we'll send you a bunch of extra free ones for you to pass on to the store. And then the sales guy will be like, oh, here's your order, right? You ordered, quote unquote, this many more issues because I threw them on, right? And so then you look at the sales and you go, okay, how is that reflected in the sales? Why is there a gap between what we printed and what we collected in money through the distributor, like the distribution chain? Right? Like, I can look at that and see a trend and be like, well, you seem to have, the fancy word is leakage. Like, you seem to be having some kind of loss here. Like you're wasting. There's like some kind of money falling through the crack. Like, why are we not making as much as we should? Like, what is that? What's your reason? So the reason, like, you have to do that because, yeah, salespeople will bullshit and lie all the fucking time, every time, because they're incentivized to do that, to make it look good. But that's why you have to keep them.
Yeah. Anyways, let's listen to the video some more.
Well, who determines what's ordered? The number that you go to print with. Who determines that? Marvel. Marvel could technically fluff their own books. I hate to say that there's a big case of this at Marvel because the sales probably don't look good. But would people at Marvel actually overprint books and hand them out for free or fluff up orders from
100%.
retailers of material they don't even need? Maybe these things just go into a dumpster. I have no idea.
100%.
But is that possible that Marvel would print books to make it look like they're selling more to retailers? I have no idea. And I'm going to go into a little bit of story here. When I worked at DC Comics, 1700 Broadway, I started working in comics in the licensing department. And the licensing department is like all the artwork that you would see like on lunch bags, sticker books, activity books. I still see that artwork today on product, drawn 20 some years prior. There was that department. There was DC Comics that made the cool comics with your favorite characters. Some characters you never wanted a comic from, but they were there and they existed to kind of fluff out the DC universe. And then eventually there was DC Direct. DC Direct making their own high brand action figure, not worrying about licensing out, making high-end statues that would be direct to comic shops. So there was a time, without naming names, somebody kept referring to me that when Hollywood comes in, and this person was working on a big Wolverine movie at the time, he told me when Hollywood comes in on comics, there's no stopping it until they destroy it. And I'm like, what do you mean? Comics is good. And, you're talking like 20 years ago, somebody's telling me this. That's what Hollywood does. They come in at things, they oversaturate it, they do it too much, and they destroy it. And then he goes on to say, everything at DC Comics, those books are cooked. And when Hollywood finds out what comics actually sell, it's over. That brings me to this. When DC Comics was bought, they went to Burbank. 2 departments got pulled out of 1700 Broadway. The licensing department was the first to go out there. The publishing division stayed in New York. And then the other department, DC Direct, went to Burbank. And right then and there, you could see what comics actually made. Why? Because the money had been busted up. So you have to think from Warner Brothers' perspective, before then, they just saw 1700 Broadway, 3 departments in one building, tied together by these characters that we really weren't doing a lot with the movies. And somehow these characters are just generating this money. But you start breaking it apart. What do comic books actually produce in money? Some make a lot of money. Some lose a lot of money. You'd be surprised at just advertising a new imprint, how much marketing dollars goes into that. And it's a big gamble for publishers. And this is something that DC Comics would do constantly. So today we're looking at that similar situation, but obviously Disney is looking at what does Marvel Comics actually produce as far as revenue with comics. Are we at that point where these characters are in video games, they're in toys, Hasbro sales are down, Marvel toys are littering your local outlet stores?
Yeah,
there's eternal figures that will sit on the shelves from here until my grandchildren. Okay, there's tons of Marvel product that will not sell. What is Marvel Comics actually selling? Are we past the time where...
Yeah, the other thing is if Marvel doesn't take responsibility, like they may say, oh, we don't give a shit, but they'll give a shit when people stop placing orders because they're not moving shit on their own shelves.
Well, they'll give a shit when they stop being carried by a parent company. When they have to...
Yeah,
you know
of course.
When you got to make your own way, that's when you give a shit.
Right, yeah, the responsibility.
Yeah.
But like we were saying earlier, well, I don't care because it's the distributor's problem. Yeah, until it's not, because they're not carrying your dumbass anymore. Like, or a parent company. Yeah, no one's carrying you anymore. It's time to sink or swim.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta you're gonna fuck around and find out. So yeah, maybe that is what Disney's doing. Like they're taking a closer look because times are tough. They're not making money either, and they're like, okay, well, what can we do to trim
I mean,
the
they'll
fat?
probably keep the licenses just to make shows and movies. Again, IP farm. Those are
of course.
Bob Iger's exact words. But
well, yeah, they don't.
I
It's not like they're going to lose them. They own them. They own the IPs. So,
yeah.
But yeah, you got to go in and see. I mean, there's a small chance
Again, you can
that,
license out and have other people produce it, like Hasbro did with Kirkman. And
yeah, exactly.
They took it away from IDW and gave it to Kirkman, and Kirkman's making a killing. And he's making.
It's just be hilarious if a fucking company that started off as a comic company has to hire out other people to write their comics for them.
I think that will happen.
Be hilarious. I mean, at this point, I kind of hope it does happen. So, like these huge companies relying on smaller independent people to do their shit for them because they're just literally farms. Yeah, that's all they are.
Show us some numbers.
Just giant fucking bloated farms full of shit, and they're just like, oh god, we can't do anything but herd IPs. So you take my IP out. Yeah, I mean, maybe that is the case. I don't know. There's a small chance that Disney's looking at Marvel because they, like Marvel Studios, like Shane was saying, they hide the numbers to look good. And it's, like, don't get me wrong, a lot of these people are super ideologically captured. Like, they do believe in the retarded egalitarian ideology.
Of course.
But there's a small chance that Marvel has been feeding them absolute dog shit by, like, Heather Antos and the Milkshake Girls. And that's why, and that trickles up because of their ideology to the point where they actually believe their retarded ideas. And they're like, well, this is what Marvel's doing. This is what people want, right? These are the comics people are reading, so might as well make these into movies.
And if you don't buy them or even go to their movies, you're the fucking problem.
Yeah, I mean, set the feminine shaming and guilt trip aside. Like, that's the only tactic they have. I'm saying, like, the people who are producing it, which is Disney, right? Let's be honest. Disney is carrying Marvel. They're funding this shit.
Yes.
Like, I'm saying there's a small chance that the people who don't know anything about this shit, but they're producers, and they're like, oh, what's the latest, greatest Marvel storyboard that we can just rip off, right? Like, what's the latest, greatest Star Wars thing we can just take? Because they don't have any, they're not creative people, right? So they're
not fans.
So they're just taking it blindly and like, okay, Captain Marvel, you say? Captain Marvel is like the greatest superhero of all time, you say? Oh man, okay, let's make a movie. Bombs. Agatha would make a great TV show, you say? Oh, Wanda? We just make all the MCU women? Seems good if that's what we were doing in the comics, right? Yeah, of course, bombs. And then they're like, okay, we've been doing what you've said for like 8 years now, and we've lost all of our paying customers. What the fuck are you doing in your I don't think your comics are actually selling, and that's what this is.
Why? They just want to push an agenda. They don't care about the money. It's not a for-profit company anymore.
But that's the world that I want. That's the fantasy world I want to live in, where like they're all just really fucking stupid, and they're just so dumb and disconnected. They have too much money, and they're just like, wait a second, you've been fucking conning us the whole time, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they all make the same shit. So whatever.
Every comic at Marvel, every IP, whether
Bob Iger has to lie through his teeth every day to people, the shareholders, because he knows he's a business guy. Like, he knows that ideology is cancer, and it's fucking kryptonite to sales. But he just has to keep parroting political bullshit. He's a politician. You know what I mean? Like, Democrats know that they're destroying the country, but
he's not a capitalist. You know, he's going for the DEI and the BlackRock money.
Well,
and, you know,
but he is. That's the optimum strategy for him. Like, his bonuses are like tens of millions of dollars.
yeah, okay, personally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's just in it for himself.
I mean, he's going to be just fine. Kathleen
So.
Kennedy, Kevin Feige, they'll be just
Right.
fine. But they're
Right.
the ones dragging the brand into the mud.
Right, exactly. They have no responsibility. They're like, there won't be any
Or
consequences for them.
accountability.
Yeah, there's no accountability. Yeah, there are no consequences for those retards. Like, I shouldn't say retards, because again, they're not stupid. Like, they know what they're doing. They're
Yeah.
just politicians at this point. Like again, the Democrats know that what they're doing is awful in the long run for this country, but they're making millions and billions of dollars in a corrupt society, like in the corrupt government that we have, by lying to people. So
Or be Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, the comic doesn't sell, but that could be a $1 billion movie franchise. They may be past that. You know, we're talking about looking at this weekend's box office with Furiosa. I mean, the Garfield movie did the same or better, and that's a high budget action adventure film off a brand. I mean, if Hollywood's going down, it's going to take comics with it.
Which definitely brings up the point of why this job is suddenly posted. So you look at the responsibilities of this analyst position, and you can see the word P&L, which is profit and loss, being thrown about liberally. 1, 2,
Oh, by the way,
3,
quick pause.
4 times the word P&L is.
do they know what a P&L is?
Yanzi is very fucking sharp, and she runs Shane's business, Nine Lives.
Okay.
And she's actually gone on Twitter with ripatards and torn them to shreds.
Okay,
So,
but
yeah,
okay.
so I think she knows her shit.
I just don't know why she's like laser focused in on that. Of course, that's what an analyst does. Also, sometimes these are just written by like dipshit HR ladies.
Yeah, or you could do an
Or AI. Yeah,
AI
AI.
could write that. You know,
Yeah,
like,
and keywords.
a resume builder.
Yeah, or like a handful of bullet points from the managing, like the hiring manager, like whoever the boss is over this position, basically.
Yep.
brought up in the responsibilities. So they're definitely really looking at the accounting for this. So yes, see, regularly review and update.
See, oh look, routing for approval. So like, this is important to them. Who's approving what? Like again, following the money. You know,
cost information, including
a weekly print run. I mean, weekly makes sense. Like, your comic books go out weekly.
Well, this is something I never understood. When they did print, they always
overprints.
Like when your boy Zach used to talk about the stuff in 6 inches on a shelf, like I talked about earlier. Every retailer has a scanner, and every comic has a barcode. They can track every damn sale down to the wire, and yet they never reported this shit.
Well,
or is that, or am I off?
So, well, the barcode's basically set up for the retailer. So it's set up for whoever is using a point of sale system for inventory. So like the distributor could use it, the retailer could use it, and then they scan it. That's not really going to get back to Marvel. Like, the retailers could release their, and then someone could get the data publicly, right? And
well,
and
you know, I worked at Target, and they knew at the end of the day what they sold, how much toilet paper they sold, how much.
Yeah, Walmart's the retailer, right? Walmart is the retailer, and it would be up to Walmart to collect that data, and then the manufacturer
report it.
Right, report it, and then someone aggregates it for the manufacturer. Like,
So there
whoever
should be a
makes
database, though. There should be a database.
like Charmin. Like Charmin would want to know how much Walmart sells in Charmin toilet paper.
Okay.
You know
So
what I mean?
why don't they do that with comics? That makes no sense to me. Or maybe they do it and they just don't report it. That's the thing that perplexes me.
No, it's because I mean you've been to comic shops, right?
Yeah.
Like you've seen how comic shops are run, like how disorganized most comic shops are that are
Most
aren't
my
chains.
comic shops in this area are actually very high end, and they have the current technology.
But are they chains or are they like an individual?
Well, one is Hero. I think that might be, but the one is privately owned, and another one just got bought out by a chain.
Yeah. So
some are chains and some are private.
Right. So maybe this is just me going to like the sample size of shops I've been to, but a lot of them are just like disorganized, hole in the walls. They're pretty chaotic.
Using like 90s technology, cash registers, and
no, it's not like they don't all have access to Square and they can have inventories. It's just they don't. Like they aren't that organized.
Okay.
Like they would have to report it up, you know what I mean? So like if you could get a significant sample size from some of the chains that have individual shop, like Coliseum Comics is a big one in Florida. They probably have like 12 stores at this point. If you could get them to report out their data and then, derive like a general population size of sales based off of their sales samples, then you could do that and you could say like, okay, this is probably what they ship, right? Multiply it by the amount of stores of their size or whatever. But yeah, you're gonna have to rely on the retailers.
Okay.
But
all right, well that answers,
but
I would still, if I'm a publisher, I would want to know those numbers. And I would try
absolutely.
Set up a database where my retailers can import those numbers into that database, so I know, even by demographic, like, okay, well, these comics aren't selling in the West, but they're selling in the South, or something like that, and to adjust printing and shipping quotas and whatnot.
Right. Well, and you should have that just by definition, by the nature of whatever you're selling, right? Because like I could say, well, you could get it from the distributor. Well, the distributor's placing orders from you based on your customers ordering from the distributor. So like Marvel should know how much they're selling to people. You know what I mean? Like Marvel should know what their own sales are because they're the ones selling the fucking books. So like they don't really necessarily need the retailers to band together to be like, well, this is how much of your book we're selling, because they should get feedback weekly based on the retailers knowing, okay, well, I only have 8 people on their pull list for Ultimate Spider-Man issue 3. And last week we had 22, or by issue 4 or whatever. So like they should know, because they know like, okay, well, this many people are ordering this one, then they did order this one. So they should know that. But the fact that they want to build P&Ls down to the title, and they want to summarize orders and overprints, they really want to get in the weeds, because holy shit, having a P&L by title, like Marvel has a lot of titles out still.
Yeah.
Like it's not like DC where they've got like 16 Batman offshoots, and then like that's every book they do, and then like a handful of titles based on whatever event they're doing. Marvel still does legit runs of like most of their characters. I mean, say what you will about their sales shitting the bed and whatever, but you still go to a comic shop that actually carries new comics and see like a pretty wide range of Marvel characters on the shelf. So
sure.
I don't know. I mean, this to me, it's like again, assuming this isn't just replacing someone who already exists, they really don't know what their fucking numbers are.
Like I've worked in retail, so at the end of the day, I would know how much Crest toothpaste we sold that night.
Right,
and
exactly.
Whatnot. And then, that would all get relayed through, I'm sure there was a database it went to, and then the Crest toothpaste could look at, okay, well, the Target store on the West Coast is selling a shit ton of Crest, so let's hit them with some more,
yeah, there's a little bit of a lag in that, because like for that loop to get back around to the manufacturer, you have to know. I mean, that's why you build trends. So that's why you do a trend analysis, because you're like, again, going back to the retailer. So like the retailer looking at the Diamond or whoever the fuck the distributor is now, the catalog, like a month out, and being like, okay, I only have orders now. I'm putting in, we'll say like 50, well, half after issue 4 of Ultimate Spider-Man. After reading through 4, people are like, fuck this, I'm done. They pulled some bullshit again. So I'm only going to order half of what I ordered for 4. Well, Marvel doesn't know that until a little bit of a lag after the sale happens, because it has to get back to them to know, oh, okay, shit, our orders are significantly. It's just like when they did our initial print run of issue 1, and then were shocked when people actually enjoyed the fucking book, and they're like, oh shit, we got to print more books, because they weren't expecting that. They didn't have, like, all of their data tells them we do 6-issue runs because we're only going to have like some thousands. We're going to have like 10,000 sales, and it's going to trickle off, and then no one's going to give a shit.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, so there's a little bit of a lag. So that's why you do trend analysis, because you're like, okay, all I can do is base it off of like the last couple numbers. But that's why I was saying earlier, like, that's why people like TFM, like economists, are like, well, if you really understand the root cause of why people are doing this, then you understand the trend. And you don't even need a trend. You just know, okay, well, I know why this book is going to fail because of this. Oh, how lucky it failed. You know, like that's where it becomes more important to actually understand the psychology of people's buying habits. Then you don't need trends. Otherwise, yeah, you're blind, because you're just assuming that everything being equal, you're just kind of trying to figure out, like, well, why is this trend happening the way it is? I don't know, it's holiday sales, so more people have, I don't know, it's tax season because people just got their refund. Like, there are seasonal trends in sales, you know, that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm just throwing random shit out there.
Manufacturing and creative. Ooh. Managing weekly print run process. New project memo process. So you see, create profit and loss and routing for approval. So now,
and that's what I'm saying. Like, and people that are in like like Kevin Feige, when you're so disconnected at Kevin Feige's level, there's like, you really are just relying on information, and you don't, like, you know, almost nothing except what some numbers tell you. Which is why which is why all these companies nowadays are so fucking bad at predicting any kind of long-term trends, because they don't know almost anything. Not to say like they're dumb, they just don't, like, they're so disconnected, they don't understand, like, well, why is this happening? All I know is that people stop going to our fucking movies. Like, why is that? And to us, it's like, well, it's obvious, because we are the people deciding not to go. So we know why we're not going, but they don't know, because a lot of the time they're being told by dipshit diversity hires, like, well, they're just sexist. And they're like, well, maybe. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Instead of just, you know, instead of like the common sense answer, which is like, But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's when you run into the politics of these assholes, where it's like they're not going to accept an answer that goes against their, which is where I agree with you, where like the ideology comes into play is when it's like doesn't look good to them, or like it affects them negatively, because then they have to deal with looking bad, like bad PR, you know.
Yeah.
So like I'll tell you the story another time.
Oh, guys, just because you say we want to have female or black or gay or whatever rap, they're not just gonna say, great, stamp approved. They're gonna say, run the P&L first.
Right. You guys can go check this out and kind of speculate what this will mean and everything. But from my perspective, working in comics, this person's going to come in with this job, bean counting, and the first thing to do in business, which is a very short-sighted thing to do, but that's what they're going to do to make the numbers on the spreadsheet look good, is cut costs.
Yep.
That is the problem. Cut costs, raise prices. Right now, the American comic book industry, the talent pool, the quality of books is directly tied to the sales, I believe. I don't know, but
see, where I disagree with Shane is that, I mean, I like on the surface, yes, I agree, but what my point is that they're actually going to do the work, and they're going to run it by title, and they're going to go, oh, and lo and behold, it's going to turn out that the biggest losses are all of the shitty diversity hires that we've been complaining about for years. And they're going to take that report to their manager, and they're going to go, hey, all of Heather Anto's books don't sell. They lose us a bunch of money. All of these people, they don't sell.
Yeah.
And so the manager, who is disconnected but still ideologically driven, like go on a journey with me here, like humor me here. Okay. They're gonna be forced to make one of two decisions. And the first decision is, well, it can't be that we need to fire these retards because they make bad product. It's going to be, well, we have to have these people to maintain our DEI quotas.
Yeah.
So we can't get rid of them. We can't acknowledge that, well, they're the reason that the sales are low and the stories they tell are abject dog shit. They're gonna have to pivot to something else, which means they already lost. Like, you've already lost at that point, because you're not actually going to solve the problem. You're not going to look at why these people make shitty books, why no one buys their stuff. You're not going to go out and do surveys. You're not going to do customer polls. You're not going to do any of that. They're going to go, okay, well, why is that Spider-Man book selling a lot? And because they can't acknowledge why those are bad, they have to pivot to stuff like, well, we should do more Spider-Man books. Like, we should cut costs on all characters. It's the same thing that happened with DC. DC, I guarantee you, someone at DC was like, "Oh, people just like Batman."
Yeah,
it's like,
let's just make it as much Batman as we can.
Exactly. And so Marvel, like, I'm calling this now. This is a very real possibility at Marvel, where they go, "Oh, Spider-Man's selling well. Let's focus all our effort, 80%, on the Spider-Verse." And so now you have a bunch of dog shit Spider-Man comics because nobody gave a shit about Spider-Man. They gave a shit about this one good Spider-Man story. And then they become like DC, where DC, the main Batman character, was the only character that wasn't fucking gay.
Yeah.
They didn't turn gay. But then they take that as, oh, well, then that, like, people just only like Batman now. They don't care about, no, it's just...
Well, and again, they got Hickman on the Spider-Man story. They have a talented writer.
Right. But
if they could make an X-Men book that was good, that could coincide with this X-Men 97 launch that they had.
Oh, yeah. It'd be fucking great.
That would sell. But no, they didn't think of that.
No, of course not. Or they could do X-Men 97 tie-in books, right?
Exactly.
No, of course they won't, because again, they take everything off the table that's common sense, because it goes against their ideology, and the only thing they can have on the table is shit that isn't actually true. Like, it's shit that's just gonna make the problem worse. Like, I don't know. I can't really think of another example right now. The Batman one's probably the best one.
Yeah.
It's happened over such a long period of time. If you throw in
Another example is like Hollywood. A lot of them, because they're dipshits. They just oversaturate thing and keep running thing into the ground because it's a trend. Is like R-rated
they'll milk something till it's dead.
Right. That's the perfect example. Hollywood's been like that forever. It's just you're seeing that everywhere else now, just like they're saying, and they think that comes from Hollywood, but it doesn't come from Hollywood. It comes from, I guess, what you just call the corporatization of things. I don't know.
It was kind of like the 80s, and you didn't grow up there, but we had slasher flicks, after Halloween and Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
It was slasher flicks, and then the VCR came online, so now you can make straight to video. And so we had all these, these slasher flicks in various masks or sleepaway camp or this. Some of them were good and some of them were just, but it was all prom night. It was all slasher.
Oh, yeah.
Some guy with a knife in a mask running around killing 32-year-olds playing high school girls.
Yeah, exactly. So they can show their titties.
Yeah, show the titties and their virgins. And
right.
That's just, I got sick of it.
Of course.
Because as a horror film fan, I was more into monsters anyway. But I did enjoy. I loved Halloween. I loved Friday the 13th. I love Freddy Krueger. But it got ridiculous. I mean, it was slasher at the gas station. Or,
it became a meme.
It was ridiculous, and it was by the 90s. It was dead. It wasn't until Scream where they kind of made fun of it and brought it back, where Wes Craven kind of tongue-in-cheek made fun of it and brought it all back.
Yeah, those were the slashers I grew up on.
Yeah, but trust me, but if you were a horror fan in the 90s and you had a VCR, I think by 86 or 87, I was done. I'm like, fuck, I don't even care anymore.
Yeah, it's the same thing with westerns and noirs back in the day.
Comic films
comic book films.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm looking forward to Deadpool and Wolverine. I think that is going to be not only a good comic book film, but a good rated R comedy, which we have not had for a while.
Yeah, I'm optimistic about that. But the thing I was about to say is that could be a thing they take away. Oh, let's make all comic book movies rated R now, because this one comic book movie that was rated R, did well. Like that was the defining factor, the distinguishing factor. It's like, no, that's just a small part of it. That's like the most surface level take you could take away.
Because it's the people you have. You have Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman in their costumes. You're giving the fans what they wanted ever since the first Deadpool.
Right. So these retarded bean counters, like these autistic retarded bean counters, are they don't know, like they're so disconnected from the actual fan base, the actual customers. They have no fucking idea.
Right.
Like like you could take the feminism out of it. It would be the same thing in any other situation or woke or whatever you want to call it. It would be the same. It's just this instance, it happens to be all these movies are gay and you're trying to make a male audience watch like feminine movies.
Yeah. Whereas like with, when the first Deadpool movie came out, everybody wanted Wolverine because there's a connection between those two.
Yeah.
And so everybody wanted, and of course everybody's wanted Wolverine in his real costume. Never got it. Not even in Logan. So,
right. And they think Ryan Reynolds is a fucking genius when it's like, how are you a genius for just doing what we've liked to see
Giving
forever.
people what they want. You listen to the
Right.
fans, you're giving them what they want. And that's what nobody else is doing. They're just not doing it. Dude,
Yeah.
if you made a Mad Max movie with a Mad Max, I'd be all for it. I didn't care for that last Fury Road. Some people did. I thought it was made by a 10-year-old. Like, we're going to put a guitar in it and have fire come out. And then we're going to have a guy rip an engine block with his bare hands off. No.
I mean, it was pretty cool.
I didn't care for, but I also didn't care for Furiosa as a character. I didn't believe her.
Yeah, I didn't care for that part. Like, I thought, in fact, it was really the movie itself was like a fever dream. Like, there really wasn't. I mean, I don't know if there was a whole lot of story in the older Mel Gibson movies, but it seemed like it was at least more world building.
No, there was
Like,
no story. That was the fun of it.
Atmosphere.
That was the fun of it. I mean, that was the camp of it. It's like
then they nailed that. They nailed that part.
Everybody's in the wasteland looking for gas. It's like, what about water and food? Who gives a shit? It's the 80s. We don't care.
Oh, that
Mel
makes
Gibson
sense,
has a shotgun and a shoulder pad, and who?
I need oil because I got to power this fucking V8 in the apocalypse.
And where are they driving to?
This
That's
twin
the thing.
turbo
Everybody wants gasoline. Where the fuck you going?
Right. Where do you need to go? Well, obviously you need to get from one feudal stronghold to the other one to trade.
We didn't care about
for
that
bullets,
shit.
bro.
We
for
didn't
bullets.
care. We just didn't care. It was fun. It was like, yeah, let's watch people shoot people on a fucking semi truck. All right.
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, they did that in the new one, I think. They accomplished that. I think, yeah, they just had to cram in because you can't have
and they did have female characters in the Road Warrior. I mean, they had this female chick who worked the crossbow pretty well.
Yeah, sure, of course.
And
they probably had women that Mel Gibson's character saved, right?
Yeah.
And then he got laid or whatever.
I don't know. It was just more.
But women are insecure. When you remove all the insecurity from, when you remove all the femininity, they're very insecure, so they can't handle, not being included. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, why are the boys building a treehouse? Why can't I be included?
Dude, I dated a chick who couldn't handle that they didn't carry her brand of bread at the grocery store. Fuck.
Yeah.
She broke down in the fucking grocery store, and I laughed at her.
Yeah,
everybody thought I was an asshole. Which I was, but she deserved to be laughed at.
Who cares if you're an asshole? Oh no, he's mean. I was fucking roasting my wife the other night. I was giving her so much shit. I was because she pulled out the old why don't she basically said something to the equivalent of why don't you say the things you say about women about men? And I was like, I have plenty of criticisms of men, but until women stop trying to compare themselves to men, I'm not going to if women want to I said something like, if women, I talk about women the way I talk about women because they're always comparing themselves to men.
Yeah.
So if you want me to stop acknowledging their shortcomings, then don't prove it. Don't exemplify that you're God, we're gonna get kicked off of YouTube. Don't try to emphasize your inferiorities compared to men.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not gonna call it out if you don't act like it. Just be a woman.
Don't play the victim, man.
Be a natural
dude.
Be a natural woman.
It's one or the other. You can't have it both ways, and I think that's why our society's failing. It's because they want it both ways.
Yeah, but men are pussies, and they simp for them, and they don't, tell them no. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem telling women no. I don't. It's not hard. I guess if you desperately need the validation from women, then it's hard. But I don't fucking
I
care.
don't need that
I don't care if my own wife calls me an asshole. That means I'm doing a good job. What are you talking about?
Yep.
Like, who fucking cares? Oh no, feelings are hurt. Like, I don't base my life off of people's feelings and whether or not they think I'm a meanie or an asshole. Like, okay, who cares? Anyways.
And a spike of talent, I don't know if you'll get a spike in sales. There's been tons of customers ran off. We're seeing Marvel and DC reprinting their crossovers right now. Both companies
they are doing a lot of crossover.
in desperate need for a boost in sales. We're seeing people like Greg Capullo stepping up to bat for a Wolverine #1. There's a lot of signs that the direct market is wanting a change, but very stingy in how they're going to spend the money to make the change.
Yep.
This job, looking at P&Ls, they're going to say up prices, cut costs. And it's just a quicker burnout of the American comic book industry. I fear. I could be wrong. Maybe this guy will come in and be like, we got to spend some more money to make some money. And maybe after we make some more money in comics, then people want the movies again. Maybe they'll want the toys.
Well, this guy has no power or authority. So all this guy can do is report out information.
Yeah.
Like, Shane is giving this person more credit than they are. Like, when in fact, people, mostly women, people will actually try to give me more responsibility than is even even logical for my job. Like, sometimes I have to tell people I'm just the messenger. Like, I don't have control over these people. Like, I don't have control over where this data comes from. I can't just snap my fingers and make it go away for you because you have to do your job or you feel bad or you're lazy. Like, if the numbers hurt your feelings, what the fuck do you want me to do about it? Like, I'm just giving you the data. Like, I don't, like, it's not wrong. It is what it is, Like, I'm not awful at my job. I double check everything. Like, this is what it is. Whatever you choose to do with that information, that's your decision. But, it is what it is. So, yeah, this person isn't going to tell them, like, oh, no, it's the managers who are going to see this and be like, oh, yeah, just cut costs and raise the prices because, like, I agree with that. They're not going to have any kind of long-term thought process where they're like, oh, we need to spend money in these key areas to revive the the enthusiasm for our books from our customers. And they're not going to look at, like, manga and be like, oh, well, obviously you guys are spending money there, so how do we get that money? They're just going to be like, well, yeah, it seems like people are buying the books, we needed to cut costs to save money. That's why companies lay off employees. That's why, like, one of the first thing managers do is lay off a bunch of employees because overhead's your highest cost.
Yeah, they downsize.
Yeah. So yeah, this very well may lead to the outsourcing of IP just simply because, well, then Marvel doesn't have to take on any liability, right? Like, if it's actually a win-win, like, you're gonna pay me to use my character, and then I make more money the better this book does. Like, yeah, that would be a good thing for the market. You know what I mean? That would be better.
Yeah.
Like, I think that should happen, because then people who actually are invested in the characters and do want to make money will make a lot of money. So, there you go. Win-win.
Yeah.
And then Bob Iger can keep his job.
I don't know. I see a lot of Todd McFarlane DC Comics figures always on the shelf. I've never not been able to find one of those things sitting at a Target, and I don't buy them. Things like G.I. Joe, Transformers, those things are hard to find. I believe people are not buying comic stuff right now. I really do. I do believe in superhero fatigue. I think it's a thing. I hate it. I'm not pro it at all. But I can't blame people who are fed up with it either, considering the comics that are being generated. And I think having a profits and loss person coming in is just a a guy, he's coming in to close it out. I mean, I hate to say that. That's the fear here, right? Because they can't bust Marvel up anymore. It's not like Marvel is the Marvel Comics publishing division. They're getting laser fixed here. What do the comics cost? What do the comics make?
Yeah.
What are we actually doing this for? For a pamphlet sitting on a comic book shop and nobody's ordering? If the comics shops were not switching to manga, that would make a difference to Marvel, because it's like, yeah, we're sitting on the shelf, we're losing some money, we're advertising a brand. And you'll hear people like Perch and people say that's what they're gonna do. That shit doesn't work when fucking Chainsaw Man's sitting there instead of Squirrel Girl. They're not gonna waste money on a pamphlet that never even makes it into a brick and mortar store. Anyways, guys, if you will, hit like, subscribe, ring the bell for notification. And Glorious Rex 2 is on.
Wait. So I missed that one part about what is he saying that Perch and them are saying? That they're going to move into manga, or?
No, I think he just says that they can't compete when manga is on the shelves and they're not.
Yeah.
Like people are buying Chainsaw Man. They're not buying
Squirrel Girl. Right. Yeah, for sure.
Because if you go to Barnes and Noble, yeah, and even comic stores now and conventions, we talked about this. Everything's becoming manga.
Yeah, it's become their anime conventions because that's where that's where pop culture is. It's been like that for a while now. A while. Like, I mean, even when you had the MCU, like people I should say people under the ages of 30. You know, like, I didn't watch a ton of anime when I was younger. I barely read the manga, but I watched Dragon Ball. I mean, I watched the popular ones, you know, that came on like Adult Swim, Cartoon Network, Toonami. You know, I watched those.
It's just gotten bigger.
It's gotten bigger and bigger. But it's taken like goddamn 15, 20 years. But that's what happens. That's the long-term thinking, you know, or that's the longevity of building up a good audience. But that's what But who are all the people reading manga? I mean, aside from like certain manga genres, I'm willing to bet you it's mostly guys.
Yeah.
Like, I guarantee you most of the people reading Chainsaw Man are boys, are like 16, 17-year-old boys, because it's very relatable. It's about a fucking guy who, right before he was about to touch this chick's boobs for the first time, gets like cursed. I'm probably butchering this, but he gets his hands replaced by chainsaws.
Yeah. And
then he like fights demons and fucking supernatural shit. So there's a bunch of action, you know. It's like, it's unapologetically crude. It's not like, you know, it's not safe. It's not politically correct.
Yeah,
that's what guys like.
Sam Raimi type, you know.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, probably is pretty comparable to what's the Sam Raimi that I'm thinking of?
Evil Dead.
Evil Dead, yeah. I mean, it's different tone, but like, if you think about it, probably pretty similar to that. So, yeah, but a little more tongue in cheek because it's, you know, like a high school boy or like fresh out of high school boy. It's like, yeah. Notice how like most of manga takes place in that because that's relatable to kids. Like when Spider-Man was created and boys were reading Spider-Man, like they were kids.
Yeah. And
then even though like all those kids grew up and matured and are now your age, like Spider-Man's still a little boy. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah. That's why I could never get into the new Sony Spider-Man. I mean, people say, "Oh, they're great." I just not into them, but you know, if people like them, that's great. You know, they're just not quite for me. So
yeah, like I heard some. I think it was your boy Zach, but he did a video this might have been like a year ago or whatever, but it was interesting because he was talking about a conversation he had with somebody about why the Batman franchise was weird, because Batman should have been a father and had a family and been the wise patriarch managing a security firm. And it's like he should have kids and a family, and the Bat family should be like his actual family, which they're kind of doing now with Damian and all of the different Robins that are growing up and stuff. Like they age somewhat.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, that makes sense. Like the character should grow and mature as the audience grows. And then if you want to get the next generation in, that's where your Robin is. That's your Robin character. So now the Robin character's going through, a lot of the same story beats as your Batman character did.
Yeah.
But people our age, in between whatever, basically over the age of like 28, are gonna appreciate the older Batman, because it's like, yeah, that Batman deals with shit I'm dealing with. Like,
Yeah.
duh.
Yeah.
But I don't know what they're. Man, it's just dumb.
Yeah.
It's just dumb.
Well,
at the end of the day, so what are you gonna do? But yeah,
you think we should wrap it up, or?
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing that kind of pissed me off, because these people like to do all these reboots and like keep these characters young and rewrite history. So
Yeah.
because of the 97 X-Men show, I didn't know there was an original Trial of Magneto run.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the Trial of Magneto was the Avengers versus the X-Men.
Okay, but in the show they basically condensed that to like the trial he had in the UN, and they had like Black Panther calling in and stuff.
Well, in this, I don't know about that, but he did go to trial in the X-Men versus the Avengers, which came right around.
Okay.
It was at the same time as X-Men versus Fantastic Four. These were great
Okay.
times. I think it's a 4-issue run.
Wow. They used to tell so much story in
look
4
that
issues.
up.
Yeah, for sure. But
Definitely, it came out after the Secret Wars, so I think it was around 87. It came out.
Okay.
And those two runs, X-Men versus the Avengers and X-Men versus Fantastic Four, if you can find some sort of trade paperback or something with those in it, definitely pick those up. They're fantastic.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they try to rewrite the history of that run because they redid the Trial of Magneto. Like I always thought that was a modern run.
Yeah,
because that's all I saw.
Yeah, Magneto was on trial, and I think they used some mind bending thing to change the verdict. But anyways, God, I gotta go back and reread that. But it was great. I mean, it was.
But are you aware of the modern Trial of Magneto?
No, I'm actually not.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure it's terrible compared to, but it just sucks that they essentially try to rewrite history. So it's like we're gonna redo the trial.
Well, they do that in comics all the time, but yeah, if you could.
Yeah, but to call it the same thing though, and like obscure the original.
Yeah, because they had to bring it, because back then Magneto was leading the X-Men. He was actually in charge of them. Xavier had left. He was doing some other stuff, so he left Magneto in charge, and they defended him. Wolverine and all of them, they defended him, and the Avengers were absolutely adamant on bringing him to trial. So there were some fights.
Yeah. So in the X-Men 97 cartoon, obviously they didn't do that because they didn't have the Avengers really in the show. But apparently that's what that was supposed to be. That was supposed to be like the original Trial of Magneto, because Magneto took over after Professor X left Earth. In the show, I'm saying. That's what I was told by people who've read the original comics, is that they crammed that storyline into the show as the trial of Magneto, like basically that one episode. But that's almost just like more of an influence and an inspiration, more of cramming it into the show. Because if you're taking out all of the Avengers, it's like, can you even really call it the same thing? You know?
Yeah.
That's pretty significant. It seems like to me, it seems pretty significant part of that storyline. It's like how when they did the Civil War movie, and they didn't have like,
it was a lot smaller scale.
Yeah, and it wasn't really anything like the Civil War comic run. They just, except for the beef between Iron Man and Captain America, and then Avengers choosing sides, and I guess Baron Zemo was in the, but it wasn't the same kind of mastermind plan. I don't know.
Yeah, so look up. You can get a trade paperback from the '87. I guess they faced several times.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. Actually, did get the.
Actually, I'll put. I think I have a link for it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. But yeah. Anyway, so that kind of pisses me off because at this point I just view it as them rewriting history. Like, it'd be like if I called like, oh, we had the trial of Salazar and Hardly Heroes or something, and then later Salazar goes to trial. I would make a joke of it. I'd be like, I would call the second run of that Salazar goes to trial instead of the trial of Sal. You know what I mean? I would say like, look, Salazar's back. He's going to trial. He's in the court. Yeah, like, I wouldn't call it the same fucking, literally the same thing, if it's not even the same thing. Like, holy fucking shit! You can't come up with a different title.
It's a cash grab, you know.
But it's so old that it's like no one that's read the original Trial of Magneto is going to look at this and be like, "Oh, the Trial of Magneto!" Like, it's a totally different generation.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
so check my second link. The first one is fucked up. I don't know why.
Huh?
But the second one.
Okay, cool. I see it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, that's cool. I learned something about the original now. So.
Well, they faced off several times. I think back in '68. I don't have that run, but this is actually where they try to bring him to trial. And he tried, you know. Anyways, I'm not going to give anything away, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And
okay, cool.
They go back and forth, and so you get to see, you know. And at the same time, in the same year, there was a Fantastic Four versus X-Men, and it was really good as well. So check that out too.
Yeah, that sounds good. Any other news or events you want to shout out to before we?
No, I think I'm done for the night. I think I'll get ready for bed.
Hey, you have to get ready for bed.
I know you do too, huh?
I should have been in bed like 2 hours ago. But I enjoy the conversation. And I just want to say, for the people who are still tuned in. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. And if you are on X, if you could please go to our YouTube channel and also subscribe and like, because it helps us build the YouTube channel. That's it. I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, me.
Cool, man. Alrighty. Well, yeah, it was fun. Glad we got to have Adam and Alvin on. Next time.
Alvin's great. And why don't you play us out with the Mercenary Guild trailer?
All right, that sounds good. Since we did the Victor one earlier, I'll do that.
Yeah.
All right, let me share the screen again. I've got it pulled up, so there's that. I was ready for this. All right, ready? Boom. Share this full screen.
In a small, war-ravaged town on a remote island, an evil once thought banished still lurks deep within the land and is reawakening. In this slowly healing community torn between two factions, an outcast band of adventurers strive to rebuild their lives and make this island their new home. As darkness encroaches upon the weary citizens, only the Mercenary Guild stands in its way. Join the guild at themercenaryguild.com to receive an exclusive Elven Sorceress trading card.